in sectie B, die 8 hindernissen, ontworpen door Korst Jeroen Houterman. En even naar Wout kijken, Wout, ik mag nog wel eens. Cody valt hier zo nog ietsjes.
Yeah, bad. Only 5 minutes to go, and 5 minutes the first team will start in the section B at 10:46. 5 minutes to go.
The starting order is reversed to the results after the dressage. The best competitor will start at the last competitor. Beste aanspanning, dames en heren, start als laatste. Dat is naar gelang de stand van de dressuur, het eerste onderdeel wat hier in Valkenswaard de afgelopen dagen werd verreden. Roger Kruijsen uit België is de eerste deelnemer die wij zo dadelijk in de hindernissen zullen zien. Roger die komt hier in actie met 2 prachtige lieppietsaners, Laszlo en Mester. Ervaren paarden. Laszlo is een 12-jarige lieppietsaner en Mester 2 jaar jonger, 10 jaar. We zullen zien, Roger Kruijsen, de eerste starter, staat op een score van 96. First competitor at a score of 68.96. Dames en heren, neemt u een mooie plaats in bij een van die 8 hindernissen om niets te missen van de prestaties van de deelnemers. Spectaculair vind ik altijd de waterpartij.
CAI 3-star Driving Valkenswaard International, and what a fabulous day we've got ahead of this competition this afternoon. We're on day 3 here, and of course the first 2 days the dressage, and we now move on to the big one, the marathon. Well, we'll talk you through the day where the scores have been overnight. We've got an overnight leaders in the, we both have 4 in hand and also pairs, and the overnight leader in the horse pairs is for Germany, Large Schweet. He's got a penalty of 40.47. In second place for France, Michael Cellier, 44.42. In third place in the pairs, this is Sandro Kowalik for Germany, 47.55. In the 4 in hand, our hosts here in Valkenswaard, Boyd XL, multi-winning world champion for Australia, 32.38, currently in first place after dressage for the 4 in hand. Marie Kaham for Germany in second, but about 10 points behind, 40.24. And Theo Timmerman for the Netherlands, World Cup driver for representing the Netherlands, 44.95. Well, I said that Boyd XL has a 10-point lead, but of course this is the marathon. We've got 8 obstacles here in Valkenswaard, and anything can happen. Well, Valkenswaard, if it's a town that you don't know much about, we're about 30 minutes away from Eindhoven and just a few kilometers away from the Belgian border. And I can tell you, it is an absolute privilege to be sitting in these most beautiful surroundings. My name is Phil Gazala. I live in the UK, but I can tell you, if I ended up living in Valkenswaard, I don't think I'd complain. Well, the drivers who've spent the last couple of days who've been walking the fences. We're going to have a quick look. We've got 8 obstacles. The course designer here, Jeroen Hoedeman. That is the first obstacle. We'll obviously be seeing a great deal of those. There's 43 pairs and 23 foreign hands to come through. We're going to be covering every obstacle and hopefully every driver. That's a novel, because you're going to look at that and think, wow, what's happening? That is indoors, obstacle number 2. Part of the new ideas set here by the Boyd Excel team here in Valkenswaard. They used this last year, this being the second year of the Driving Valkenswaard International, and they put the second obstacle into the indoor arena. And the other thing that's so lovely about this course is that the public, the way they have designed the layout, not just in the arena here, but the public have complete access to every obstacle without having to cross the tracks of the drivers. So the public outside can roam around to every obstacle and have a great time. Now that's going to be very interesting to see that, because that Wrigley's sponsored double mint obstacle has a little bit of a twist, but I'm not going to tell you about that yet. I'll tell you about that later. And the viewing gallery, you can see the gentleman on the top. The bridge over there are for the public to view, and the drivers will just be traversing underneath, backwards and forwards through the water. Now we move on to obstacle 4, very close to the clubhouse. You can see the wonderful clubhouse if you've not been to Valkenswaard, to the Boyd Excel Centre here. That's the end of the indoor arena where you saw the previous obstacle on the top right of your screens, and in front, that rather Monaco style veranda where the VIPs sit, and that to the left of the screen, just to give you a layout here, that's where the dressage took place. The white boards of the dressage arena have been taken away for today, but next to the obstacle, that's the dressage, and that's where the cones will be for the final day tomorrow. But the obstacle in front of you, that's the complicated part today. That's obstacle 4. We'll talk about that as we see the drivers come through. Well, interestingly, that camera angle is slightly deceiving, because this is absolutely fascinating. As you can see, obstacle 5 is on top of a mound, and most of the obstacle will be, they traverse the obstacle parts on top of that, but they do have to come down. And when I say it's a bit deceiving, I can tell you the steepness of that slope that we saw there is very, very steep indeed. Well, we've got our first competitor on to the course. Of course, they've been through the first part of the section A of the marathon day. That's about 6 kilometers, 6.25 kilometers. But now for Belgium, Roger Verkruijsen for Belgium at the first obstacle. Overnight, 43rd place, 43 pairs taking part. I may have said 46 earlier, but it's 43 pairs taking part, and that was Roger Verkruijsen. Overnight score 68.96, traversing the first obstacle, and that is the VIP area on top of the veranda. Madam, I think that's a PIMS. A little bit early for a PIMS, is it? Maybe not. Maybe it's not too early for a PIMS. Maybe it's never too early for a PIMS. Right, let's just talk about this obstacle. As you can see, Roger Verkruijsen, there are 3 knockdowns. It's difficult to see, but they've just gone past gate B there, and that was a knockdown. Well, the layout amongst this beautiful woodland here in Valkenswaard. Roger Verkruijsen, Kim Verkruijsen on the back as the groom, going towards obstacle 2, and that's the one that you saw in the arena. Yesterday we had a lot of rain here, but as you can see from the volunteers, of which there are hundreds of wonderful volunteers here today, and the lady that's sitting there, her job is to, on that obstacle 6 she's sitting at, she has to actually draw the course that each of the competitors take part in. That then gets handed to the grand jury, and the grand jury here, the president of the grand jury for Great Britain, Andrew Council; for Germany, Alima Fernart; for Sweden, Nikke Poulsen; Emma Burge for GB, and Jar Boom for the Netherlands, and Bert Jambon for Belgium. Roger Verkruisen just making his way nice and gently in between the obstacle. Of course, the timing of each obstacle, they get 5 minutes maximum time in each obstacle. Penalties will get added for the knockdowns, but we've got all day to talk about that, so we'll go through that a few times, I expect. Maximum time allowed on the whole of the marathon course, this section of the marathon course, 33.52, 33 minutes 52 seconds. And if you include section A, the 6.25 kilometre length, and then they have a neutral zone of 700 metres, then there's a rest period of 10 minutes before they come on to section B, which is the obstacles that we're looking at the moment, and that's a total of 1 hour and 20 minutes and 43 seconds. 1 hour, 20 minutes, 43 seconds time allowed for the marathon stage, day 3 of the Driving Valkenswaard International. Crowds all starting to turn up here on this super day. It's a great well, it's good fortune that the rain has stopped, because it was although warm, it was rather unpleasant yesterday, and made it quite interesting conditions for the later competitors in the dressage. But the perfection of the organisation here, thought by Boyd XL and his wonderful team of the ground, it's just been absolutely amazing. Now we're in the indoor school. We're here with Roger Verkruisen for the Netherlands. Now, interesting part about this obstacle is that every single part of the obstacle 2 in the inside arena has a ball on the corner. You can just see the penalty ball there as Roger is circling the A gate. There's a ball on the corner, the yellow tennis balls. Then the one, and I asked the course designer Jeroen Hoedeman as to why they have balls on every single one of these obstacles, and it was quite an interesting answer. He said because these are not fixed into the ground, because they're actually just resting on top of the surface, the idea is that to make the drivers be more cautious, because they don't want these damage, these obstacles, because of course the ones that are actually out in the field, and here as we can see Pieter Claes for Belgium just coming out of obstacle 1, those of course are dug into the ground, and if they get hit they probably won't move, but the ones in the indoor arena they can move, all of them, because they're just resting on top of the surface. 43 pairs and 26 of the four in hand. Right. Well, we just come to the start of day 3, so 2 days of the dressage. Roger Verkruisen and for Belgium, and he's cohort from Belgium, Pierre Teclaes, both on Section B. Incredible team here. It really is absolutely beautiful. And this is obstacle 3. Roger Verkruijsen for Belgium is at obstacle 3. Crowd starting to build here in Valkenswaard. There's something that didn't come, we'll talk about it again later, but there's something that didn't come across, because what they have built here is they have built a wall of water underneath that bridge. And Jeroen Hordeman was very proud to show me yesterday. He just, as they dripping off, you can't quite see it, but underneath where it says chewing gum, there's a wall of water that's actually spraying down on the drivers. It doesn't come across quite so clear on the screen, but it's raining basically. It's false rain, a wall of water at obstacle 3, and we're just seeing our first competitor in the pairs, Roger Verkruijsen, going through obstacle 3 through the A gate. Or actually, that's not his going. He's already been through the A gate on this replay. Now we're watching the first of the 14 Dutch competitors in the pairs. We're of course based here in Valkenswaard in Holland. This is Jos Korsten, whose overnight position was in 41st place. He had a dressage penalty score of 67.84. Jeannie Peters is groom. Fabulous field to this venue. And looks like Roger Verkruijsen for Belgium. That's Pierre Teclaes in the indoor arena. Looks like he just missed the gate. That's going to cost it. That's going to be serious. Trying to back up his pair. He does a U-turn and now gets the turn he wanted. That's going to be costly. Roger Verkruijsen through obstacle 4, right next to the clubhouse, all through the water. Looking very, very smooth at the moment. The man from Belgium in 43rd place overnight. He's now got to make his way to F, a left-hand turn to F. That's F. Now he goes straight out on his way to the 5th obstacle. Roger Verkruijsen for Belgium on his way, very smooth through the 4th obstacle. One of the impressive parts of the setup here in Valkenswaard at the Driving Valkenswaard International is the thought that has been put in for the spectators. As the day unfolds, we'll get some times that each of the obstacles, of course, individually timed. Times, and it's all about the fastest person through here at the end of the day, starting in reverse order from the first 2 days of dressage. Peter Claes for Belgium in obstacle 3, through the wall of water. The pair split by the post, no damage done, back on track. That's D and E negotiated. Back to Roger Verkruijsen. Now at the 5th obstacle. You've got a view there of the steepness of that slope. Then they have to go down. C, D and E are adjacent to the hill. That's through gate C. Right-handed, back out. Now left-handed, down to gate D. Vocal encouragement from Peter Verkruijsen for Belgium through E. Now he's got to go back up the hill. You'll get a sense as the horses appear over the top. The first thing you're going to see is their ears, because this is high and this is steep. Here they come. That's F at the stop. Now they have to come down. Chariots of Fire. Three to go for the Belgium driver in 43rd place. Overnight score 68.96 penalties. Replay of gate C. Look, beautifully judged. Now has to do a complete circle around those gates, and then left-handed. That's E, and that's back over the top through F. Jos Korsten for the Netherlands.
Driver from Belgium after the dressage is 68.64. Welke resultaat 68 winpunten. Startvolgorde vandaag opgekeerd aan deze plaats. En die aan de leidingplaats bij de dressuur start hier als laatste.
Jos Korsten from the Netherlands, ladies and gentlemen, the first competitor from the Netherlands. Obstacle number 1 was 32.92 seconds.
Just heard that the 32.91 seconds for Jos Korsten at the first obstacle. That's the first of the 14 competitors. We're seeing him now at obstacle 2. We will be bringing you some of the scores. VIP starting to turn up. That's the first obstacle. That's our second competitor for the Netherlands, Harry Verstappen. Harry Verstappen, Karijn Verstappen as the groom. Two mares, Josephine, Rolanda Petronella in front. Jos Kirsten 54.94 seconds. In the second obstacle, best score so far, Roger Valkenswaard, who was the first on the course. At the moment, he has been the fastest at both obstacles 2, 3. Well, he's the only one who's done 4 and 5, but still the fastest. 49.74 at obstacle 3. Obstacle 4 for Roger Valkenswaard, 49.95. Great run there for Peter Claes for Belgium. Now we're back to Roger Valkenswaard. We're at obstacle 6. Two penalties to add if one of those little yellow balls. A good shot of them there. Offset rails, parallel rails, very, very difficult to negotiate. I watched several of the teams walking that many times yesterday. Talking to some of the teams yesterday on the course, they'll walk this course between 15 and 20 times, the marathon course. So Roger Valkenswaard negotiates the 6th of the 8 obstacle. His time 57.10. And that was the scores at obstacle 3. The Ripley's double mint. Now seeing replay of Jos Kirsten. Obstacle 5, nicely negotiated.
Followed by Dodson and Harrow, hot speed specialist. There is a team number 3 now, Peter Claes from Belgium.
Oh, missed gate C. That's Peter Claes for Belgium. He looked to be going very, very fast. Little bit of a miscommunication, didn't make gate C, however, repaired, back on track.
Jos is in a score of 67.80 on the dressage.
Gate 5, 71.93. That was set by Roger Valkenswaard. That mistake at gate C was probably cost him 4 or 5 seconds back up the hill. Now watch them come back down. Foot on the brake. Away they go. Peter Claes, 71.38. That's his time. That's the quickest time so far. 71.38, set by the Belgian driver Peter Claes at obstacle 5. Harry Verstappen. 60.97 seconds time to beat at the first obstacle, and there's a good image of that's obstacle 3 where they come under the Wrigley's bridge, and that's the wall of water. I think it's pretty mean because that means they've got a lot of laundry to do because they have to go under that quite many times. Jos Kirsten for the Netherlands at the 4th. Gate A, negotiated successfully. B is right up this end. Interesting route. It's come on the outside. We've seen some turn left. I was watching them walk in the course yesterday. Several options on on all of the obstacles here. Time to beat 49.96. set by first driver to go for Belgium, Roger Verkruijsen. He's going to be 10 seconds outside that time. On his way, Jos Koolsten, fourth obstacle negotiated. Oh, jumps into the water. Harry Verstappen, and now you get a better picture. You can just see that's water's pouring down, the wall of water. C. No knockdowns on C, just as well for Harry Verstappen, with clout of that corner. Fastest time so far set by Roger Verkruijsen, 49.7. Oh, he's beaten that, 49.45. So Harry Verstappen for the Netherlands registered 49.45 for obstacle 3. They're getting quicker, and of course we have started in reverse order from the dressage. Roger Verkruijsen, penultimate obstacle. That it's obstacle 6. That looks like Peter Claes for Belgium. Time to beat 57.1. Dressage score 68.61. Back to D at the far end of the obstacle. The gate going into the obstacles and coming out are the same on every obstacle. So once they work their way through the obstacle, then they have to come work their way back. And this is parallel bars, parallel fencing, and I have to say the drivers are making it look a lot easier than it walks, because they were all offset. There's one thing walking it, another thing when you've got a pair of horses in front of you. And Peter Claes, 53, took 4 seconds or so off Roger Verkruijsen's time for that 6th obstacle. So 53.45 for Peter Claes for Belgium at obstacle 6. Well, Roger Verkruijsen will be on his way to the last of the obstacles, obstacle 8. That's obstacle 5, and that is Jos Koolsten for the Netherlands. It's just caught up with Jos Koolsten. And that didn't look, the bit that we saw didn't look to go as smoothly as it did for the previous competitors. Obstacle 5, current leader there, Peter Claes. Now we're at the indoor school, in the menage, indoor menage. Nicola Pimblet. Nicola Pimblet for Great Britain. Her dressage score 66.01, 39th place. She went through obstacle 1 in 61.77 seconds. It wasn't the fastest, it's the 3rd quickest through obstacle 1, and she's just stopped the clock at 50.87 at obstacle 2. He's a wonderful gentleman. This ice cream, it's a beautiful ice cream shot. Look at that wonderful carriage. But let's get back to the action here at the Driving Valkenswaard International 3-star competition. Just the 2nd year here, the home of multi-world champion, both World Cups and World Championships, Boyd XL. That's where we are. We're at Valkenswaard in Holland. I may have said Belgium earlier. I do apologise to everybody. We're not very far away from the Belgian border, though, just a few kilometres. On his way home, the Belgian driver, Roger Verkruijsen, at the 8th obstacle. First time that we have seen obstacle 8. Five minutes the time allowed through the obstacle, but of course they're not taking anything like that at the moment, these drivers. And that's F. Right. 14.08 seconds. That sounds very quick to me. But the total marathon score on the scoreboard, the provisional score for Roger Verkruyssen, 108.65 on the marathon. Add to that his overnight dressage score, 177.61. Roger Verkruyssen for Belgium, first driver here on the year 2 of the Driving Valkenswaard International. The pairs section, 43 pairs come forward. He's the first home. Obviously we've got the marathons to go, but currently 177.61 Roger Verkruyssen for Belgium. Harry Verstappen for the Netherlands at the 5th obstacle. That is through C, left-handed. All the scores that we give you over the air here on from Valkenswaard, obviously they are all provisional scores. Grand jury have to confirm everything later. Look at the steepness. Right. Very quick. Harry Verstappen through obstacle 5. 69.27 seconds. That's the first driver to break the 70-second mark at obstacle 5. That was Harry Verstappen for the Netherlands. 14 competitors representing the host nation here at the Driving Valkenswaard International. Peter Claes for Belgium. Obstacle 7 over the Wallen-Easons Bridge, as it's known in the driving circles. But that's only the easy part of that obstacle. He's completed obstacle 6, so the scores are just coming through. I can just see that Nicola Pimblet for Great Britain has had a tremendous run through obstacle 3. That's the one with the wall under the Wrigley Bridge. 49.38, but now we're at obstacle 2. Sven Stoik for Belgium, dressage score 65.95, 38th place. Competitors coming in reverse order here.
Last year, the wonderful fourth position in Sandringham, and the winner in hometown Great Britain.
Right, Sven Stoik. 61.16 at the first obstacle into 3rd place. Fastest at first, Peter Claes for Belgium. He was second to go on the course here in Valkenswaard. I think we're watching the first of the United States. Yes, we are. Scott Dancer from the USA, obstacle 1, 68.42. Nicola Pimblet for Great Britain. For Ballerina, Brown Boy, Nicholas 2 horses, 49.96 to beat, 51.33, just half a second or two, sorry, second and a half outside the quickest time so far. The last obstacle for the first Belgian driver, the second Belgian driver I should say, Peter Claes.
Wir kommen wahrscheinlich gleich der Wichtige wieder.
Bit of confusion.
Ja, da ist er auch.
Peter Claes completes the marathon, will get his final scores. There we go. Into second place. Well, he's only the second to complete. Marathon totaled 128.4. 197.01. Peter Claes for Belgium, 197.01 after day 2 here in Valkenswaard for the Belgian driver. Harry Verstappen, obstacle 6, dressage score 66.37.
Zal de volgende deelnemer zijn Sven Sterk, de nummer dressuur, op een score van 6 punten en geneven aan minpunten. Zo van de next driver here, Sven Sterk.
Okay, Verstappen hanging out the back. 60.11 for Harry Verstappen, obstacle 6, 2 to go. Quickest through that obstacle, Peter Claes for Belgium, 53.45, so 6 seconds or so off that time. Now we're watching Jos Corsten. He's at the penultimate obstacle, obstacle 7. And out. Disappointing score for Jos Corsten, 101.25. That was a costly obstacle for the first driver for the Netherlands. Nicola Pimlet rocking down the 5th obstacle. She's just completed obstacle 5, 73.08. This looks like another rider for Britain. Yes, David Matthews. Great captions, ladies. Keep them coming. David Matthews for Great Britain. .97 to beat. That was Peter Claes, who we've just seen finish the course. Only one to break 62 seconds. Break 61 seconds, I should say. But that's been beaten, 58.21. Great start for the second of the riders representing Great Britain. 3 riders in total in the pairs representing Great Britain, but a great start for David Matthews. Overnight score 65.41 for his dressage, but the quickest at the first obstacle, David Matthews for Great Britain. Now we're back to obstacle 4, Sven Stoik for Belgium.
This is a short term. This is really a short term. And you could help it. And you could help it.
Great run, superb run for Sven Stoik for Belgium. Taken 3 seconds of the previous best, exactly 3 seconds, 56.96 for Sven Stoik for Belgium. Jos Corsten has just gone past my window here. And there he is. At the last obstacle. Corrected score for Roger Verkruyssen for Belgium. His total score 192.76, his completed score. One of the corrections from the time clock. So marathon 123.8, 192.76. That was the first driver to go, Roger Verkruyssen. Now we're Harry Verstappen at the penultimate obstacle, obstacle 7, over the Willie Neeson's bridge. Left through B. C's right back up this end of the obstacle. Managed to get a canter into gate C. Harry Verstappen.
And Jos Corsten solid at obstacle number 7 with 22 penalty points. Not for lucky, I told you against the
He's got to come back through the obstacle, then he's got to go right-handed. Smoothly through F. And now he needs to get over the bridge, and then the clock will stop. 78.07 seconds. That's the time to beat. Just outside that time. 0.6 of a second outside that time. But a good run. Sven Stoik off the hill for the first time through gate C.
Next to go here at obstacle number 4, Scott Denser from Woodstock, California, USA.
Super ground. Oh, well, you know, I could see him coming at that angle. Whether he just lost a little bit of communication, a bit of control, but it just didn't look. It didn't. I thought, this is brave. He's going at that angle. However, he's corrected himself. Sven Stoik for Belgium. That's costly. Right, regain control. Stops the clock. 75.99. Slow time for Sven Stoik for Belgium at obstacle 5. That went a bit pear-shaped. Leo van der Bert for the Netherlands. 65.36. Dressage score brought forward from the day before yesterday, I should say. Pairs were on Thursday. The four-in-hand had their dressage yesterday in the pouring rain. Well, the morning anyway, but the ground dried out overnight. As you can see, the conditions looking absolutely perfect here as we're watching Leo van der Bert at the first obstacle. 61.48, overnight dressage score 65.35. For USA drivers in the pairs. Scott Dancer being the first of that quartet. And he's out. Just goes over the 57 mark, 52nd mark I should say. Harry Verstappen watching now at his final obstacle. Verstappen with his Dutch bread colours goes over the thunderous bridge to complete obstacle 8. Well, almost. And he's out now, 83.9. Harry Verstappen for the Netherlands. He completes on a score of 191.34. 191.34. His marathon score 124.97. That wasn't the quickest through the marathon. The quickest still is Roger Verkroosten, who was first to go for Belgium, 123.8. 124.97 for Harry Verstappen, but goes into the lead with his dressage score 191.34. That's the Dutch driver. David Matthews for Great Britain. Still on the course. Just looking at my list here. Nicola Pimlet for Great Britain's on the course as well. 3 Brits here. That was smooth for David Matthews. 65.41 David Matthews' dressage score. Not the quickest, but the second quickest through obstacle 3. Sven Sturck for Belgium currently set the fastest time at the 4th obstacle. That's the one that's all in the water with the barrels.
Every 5 minutes, the near-term standard in the B section of the Mercury Martinian distance. Klassement dus bij de trainspannen en dat geldt ook voor de bierspanning straks. De beste aanspanning als laatste aan de start.
54.16 of Venstreek for Belgium. 2 obstacles to go for that pair. Now back to obstacle 2. Leo van der Bert for the Netherlands. 44.58 the time to beat for this indoor obstacles. That was the time set by Leo's compatriot Harry Verstappen. That's E. No, it's not. We're now back to obstacle 1, and this looks like it might be Claude Malguet. It is. Paul Malguet from Luxembourg, sole representative for Luxembourg. Dressage score 65.31 in 34th place. Not a great start, not the start they would have wanted. 67.32, 9 seconds off the leading time of 58.21 set by David Matthews for Great Britain. Crowd starting to come here and enjoy themselves at the Driving Valkenswaard International, the 2nd year here of this 3-star competition. And in the most beautiful surroundings. That's where we are. That's what it's all about. We're at the home of Boyd Excel, the world champion at the second year of the Driving Valkenswaard International. There is absolutely one thing for certain. This is going to be a venue fixed in stone. David Matthews for Great Britain. Already set the quickest time at the first obstacle, David Matthews. That was 58.21. Can he do that here at obstacle 4? 46.96, the time to beat, and that was set by Sven Stoik, who a couple of competitors ago was a very, very smooth. Knocks the barrel. No knockdowns in this particular obstacle, obstacle 4. Very quick, but not quick enough to beat that 46.96. 50.2 for David Matthews, obstacle 4 for Great Britain. Sven Stoik, penultimate obstacle. I'm just looking at my score sheet to see whether Sven Stoik could go into the lead, but it's too difficult to tell. Too many scores to work out. D. Oh! Change of mind. Thought he wanted to go right-handed immediately after that gate. So that's going to add a few seconds to his original plan. That's F. Clock will stop as he comes off the bridge. That's costly. That could have been the quickest time over that obstacle 7 without that mistake, but that's what it's all about. So Sven Stoik at the gate 7 stops the clock at 83.5. Scott Dancer for the Team USA. 14 nations representing the sport of driving here. 43 pairs, 14 nations. Absolutely tremendous turnout for this competition in Valkenswaard. Obstacle 2. This looks like Claude Maguet from Luxembourg. All these obstacles, if you've just joined us, they're sitting on top of the surface for obvious reasons. So they've all got a penalty ball sitting on them, every single one of them. 12 balls in here. All the main gates with balls. To stop the clock, stops 48.86 for Claude Maguet at obstacle 2 for Luxembourg. Now to obstacle 5. David Matthews for Great Britain, I think. All down that steep hill. Getting a bit of vocal support from the crowds that are building here. Nicola Pimlet for Great Britain. I'm just checking. She's completed 192.17, 126.16 on the marathon with her dressage penalties. 192.17 for Nicola Pimlet. She's out of the marathon, finished the marathon. She's not out, she's actually completed the marathon in second place. Nicola Pimlet, 192.17. That's for Great Britain. Leo van der Walt halfway around the course at obstacle 4. Halfway around section B, I should say, to be accurate, because of course all these teams have just a bit of tack or something, just that's cost a bit of time, but all these teams who've done a section A 6.25 kilometres prior to coming onto the obstacle course. The total length of the obstacle course, 7.9 kilometres, and Svenstrup for Belgium has nearly completed that 7.9 kilometres. Just looking at Svenstrup's record so far, he's got the fastest at gate 4. That's his personal best here today in terms of being the fastest at gate 4. Can he do that at this final obstacle? Through F, and is out. Very quick indeed, 63.46 seconds. 63.46 seconds for Svenstrup at obstacle 8, and that means we have a new leader. We have a new leader. Total marathon time 1:21.59, quickest on the marathon. With his dressage, goes into the lead of 1:87.54 for Svenstrup for Belgium. That's the new leader. Leo van der Berg for the Netherlands at obstacle 5. Down the steep hill. That's a good shot. That tells you how, it shows you how steep it is. Down to gate C. Leo van der Berg, Amanda van der Berg, in that precarious position as groom. 60.49. Ooh.
Very fast also at obstacle number 3.
And down. And that's the time to beat. That's the new time. Leo van der Berg set the time at the big hill. 64.28 for Leo van der Berg at the obstacle 5. That's the new leading time. 64.28. Leo van der Berg for the Netherlands at obstacle 5. I've just heard that David Matthews has been eliminated.
Daar is Anke. Mooi tempo hierin is binnengekomen. De fantastische paarden, Video en Lopez. Marlena Roeze is de goal.
Gloria Balgate for the Luxembourg. Fence obstacle 4.
Very fast, and the third obstacle will he be very fast at this obstacle. It seems that we have a new best time in the quarter obstacle.
46.96 seconds to beat at obstacle 4, set by Svenstrup for Belgium. Stops the clock, 53.55. Now at the first obstacle, the first of the drivers that we've seen for Sweden. 2 drivers for Sweden. This is the first. Camilla Alberg for Sweden. Dressage score 65.13 in 32nd place overnight. Little bit of a question mark there at that gate. 58.21 to beat. That's the time at obstacle 1. Camilla Alberg on her way out who's got the quickest time? David Matthews, who's been eliminated. He had that quickest time, 58.21. So the quickest time without David is 60.97. Peter Claes for Belgium. He was second to go. That seems like a long time ago. Where are we? We're at the wall of water. Obstacle 3. Vernon Helmuth for the USA.
After the dressage at a score of 65.30 also.
Vernon Helmuth, Marcus Thrund on the back. This is looking very quick indeed for the American. He's taken 4 seconds off the fastest time. Let me get that off the screen as it disappeared. I think that was about 44.2. It was indeed. That's the quickest time so far. Vernon Helmuth, USA, sets the quickest time so far at the 3rd obstacle. Sole representative for Luxembourg, Claude Maguet, dress size 65.31. Up the hill. Rosie Manuela, Claude's groom. Pat on the back to Claude, 67.4, just 3 seconds or so outside that time. That's the VIP. And that's on the 2nd floor of the VIP area at the end of Boyd Excel's beautiful arena here. So that's an elevated view of the Driving Valkenswaard International, and from there they will be able to see most of the obstacles from this course. The layout here in Valkenswaard at the DVI is absolutely tremendous. It's just brilliant for spectators, and it's looking pretty good for the drivers. David Matthews still on the course. My notes on my screen say that David is eliminated. He's completing the course. It's a great shame for Great Britain, because David Matthews was having a good run and still going well, but we will bring you more information about that as it comes through. Great time through there for David Matthews, 67.74. That's the best we've seen so far today. Now we are back at the very beautiful obstacle 1. Wim Halen just come out of obstacle 1, 58.78 for Wim Halen for Belgium, 2nd quickest through obstacle 1. Vernon Helmuth at the water.
It's getting tough in the last part of the water obstacle. Dan wordt de zaak in dat laatste gedeelte. Die vaart nu nog aan de om in het topdek uit te halen. En give them a big hand.
Right.
What will be the time? It's a wonderful time.
47.61, a very quick time, not the quickest, but Vernon Helmuth for the USA set a time of I'll tell you in a minute. It just hasn't come on my screens. 47.61 into second place. Werner Helmut, 47.61. Camilla Arberg for Sweden at obstacle 2. Dressage score overnight 65.13 for Camilla Arberg. Not the quickest at obstacle 1, 73.71. So she's got a bit of work to carry up, catch up, I should say.
And the next to go at obstacle
Leah Vandenberg, obstacle 7. Coming over the Willie Neeson's bridge and then back out over it. And that's where the clock stops and starts.
Same results after the dressage as the result of Werner Helmut.
Manda on the back.
Camilla Arberg, dames en heren, de zodanig hierin is nummer 4 binnen. Met aangespannen de paarden Garant, de 12-jarige Zweeds Wando van de Magini. Een ander paard Wise, zijn merk van Sir Schulling.
That wasn't the smoothest run we've seen through obstacle 7. That was Leah Vandenberg.
Vorig jaar in Denemarken in Groningen een derde plaats.
Yeah, the temperature's just rising here. Dog's starting to pant. I might start panting in a minute. It's getting a bit warm. Glormagan. Obstacle 6, as you can see. He's brought forward a dressage score of 65.31. Hasn't got any fastest score. Still looking for the fastest score today, and it won't be here at obstacle 6. 57.46. You stop the clock, Lord Belger. So current leader Sven Stoik for Belgium. Total score including dressage penalties 189.54 for Sven Stoik. That's at the completion of the marathon. Now Camilla Arberg for Sweden. It's tight through there. Morgan Carlson on the back as the groom for Camilla Arberg. Out of 3. 51.8. It's the 8th quickest time, as you can see on the score screen adjacent to that obstacle. Camilla Arberg. 8th at 3. Where are we going now? Into the second obstacle, Wim Halen. Wim Halen, 58.78, a quick time in the first obstacle. Time to beat here in the indoor arena, 44.58. Novel idea putting an obstacle in the indoor arena. Again, another idea of the team here led by Boyd Excel. The idea was to give the public an opportunity to see the action inside because there's upstairs galleries that you couldn't see on the screens. Absolutely fabulous. Fabulous facilities here. Well worth a visit to this most beautiful part of Europe. Joan Suarez Duato at obstacle 1 for Spain. That wasn't going quite as smoothly as he wanted it to get him underway. So representative of Spain, it's a very quick time indeed, despite that communication to stop the clock at 58.68 for Joaquin for Spain. That was an absolutely super drive, considering he didn't have the easiest of routes through there. That's into second place on that time for the Spaniard. Final obstacle for Leah Vandenberg. Manda on the back. Rattles over the bridge. Those are the green huts that we're sitting in on the edge of obstacle 8 through the water. And out. 69.07, about 7 seconds outside the quickest time. So shortly we will have the final score for Leo van der Berg. Wim Helen, I should say, apologies. Wim Helen for the Netherlands at the third obstacle.
Coming up in obstacle number 4. Also coming up in the white. Mooie blok, Mark Kanselduiken achterop als cycloon. 3 maal achter. Niet helemaal het hoogste tempo, maar hij zakt wat terug in tempo. Hij wordt te zwaar. Totale traject wat ze vandaag over zone A en zone B afleggen is bijna 15 kilometer. There they go, well done, coming out. And the time is 51:37.
Camilla Ahlberg for Sweden stops the clock there at 51.37 at obstacle 4. Well, I'm absolutely delighted to tell you that I've been joined by course designer Jeroen Hoeteman. Jeroen, thank you very much indeed in popping in to see us. First of all, you must be delighted about the weather today, because yesterday it was looking a bit dodgy, wasn't it?
Yes, of course, but also that was good that we had the rain yesterday, because now we have no dust anymore, so it always look positive.
The shots that we're getting on the screen that the viewers can see from here, this is just the most beautiful setting, and congratulations on a wonderful course. How's it going for you?
I'm very satisfied on this moment. I think it's a great course, and of course we all have to thank Boyd for doing this on his property, and the way he wants to build the obstacles, yeah, it's unique in the world, how he wants to build it and how he wants to build this kind of obstacles.
One of the things that I've said a couple of times to the viewers is that the spectators here, it's just they can get close to every obstacle, and it's nice and easy to get around. It's very well designed from that point of view, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I want. I want to have the spectators the feeling that they are in the obstacle, and they want to. What we don't want to do is to put the people too far away from the obstacle. They must feel, they must even hear the the drivers go to the obstacle, and I think that will promote our sport.
And in terms of the actual sport that we're watching, we've got some world-class drivers. We've got 14 nations represented here in Valkenswaard this weekend. The drivers are definitely, a few problem there for Bernard Helmers from the US, but the drivers are attacking this course. Are you seeing that the options all being used?
Yes. But that is when you build an obstacle with 60, 70 or even 100 posts, you get a lot of options, and that's what the driver has to decide which way he take. And that's good of this kind of obstacles. You're not responsible anymore for their mistakes. They are here already for 3 days, so they can walk the course, and it's up to them to make their own lines.
Have you seen any surprising lines taken have you seen any thought, I didn't think that would be the quickest or whatever? Have you seen anything like that?
No, not yet, but I think it will be when we get the better drivers at the end. There will be more spectacular ways for them to go around.
Now, we're on year 2 of the DVI. I get a feeling this might be around for a few years, this competition here.
Yeah, no, of course, but we have to grow as an organization. It's a lot of work every year, and I think we must be happy with a lot of volunteers we've got. And I think when we move on this level, we will perhaps do once a World Championships, but just stay where you are. Just go with what you have now and how we go on for the next years.
Well, I've been to a few World Championships, and I can tell you, Jeroen, it's got that feel about it. Let's just look at this obstacle here. This is an interesting obstacle. This is quite a steep slope down here. It's driving well.
Yeah. Last year we got a lot of discussion with the judges about it, of it was perhaps not too stiff or something like to go up. I think last year it proved it can be done, and I think it's for the drivers it's most challenging to get up there, because it's gives them a little bit of fear to go down again. Up is not a problem, but you have to go down again. And
of course, we're seeing, you saw just there that shot of the ice cream man. The crowds are starting to build here at the DVI in Valkenswaard. You couldn't have a better day out to bring the family and come and witness this extraordinary competition.
No. I think we are very lucky with this weather and with this circumstances to build and do everything here.
Well, Jeroen, I know that you've got a thousand things to do and to keep there, but thank you very much indeed. If you happen to be coming around later on today, it'll be great to see you again once we get the four in hands going. But
if I have some time, I'll be here for you when the teams are going around too. We have a nice discussion again.
I just want to ask you one quick question before you go. I've got David Matthews of Great Britain down here as eliminated. Do you know what that was?
No, not directly, but he can or have a tip over, or he have missed a gate in an obstacle.
And he can continue once he's had the elimination.
When he have a tip over, so he is out of.
I don't think it was a tip over. I didn't see.
He probably missed a gate or did a gate in the wrong direction.
And then he can continue anyway.
Yeah. Then he can continue.
Okay, so we may get more on the David Matthews for Great Britain on his elimination, but everything's well with his team because we saw him complete the 8th obstacle here, so everything's okay. Well, Jeroen, thank you very much indeed for the insight. Many congratulations. We're only about, I don't know, a quarter of the way through of the day, but it's looking good for everybody.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks ever so much. That was Jeroen Hordeman, the course designer here. Has been building courses for 8 years and has set up just a tremendous competition. So, special thank you to Jeroen for popping into the commentary point here. Let's just bring you up to some updates on the scores. The current leader at the end of the marathon, 189.09, Leo van der Berg. That's not changed since I last gave them out. So Leo van der Berg for the Netherlands, still the last man, still the quickest man on the board. Final score for Claude Malguet, 191.72. So that's just about, just over a second or two behind Leo van der Berg for the Netherlands. So Claude Malguet for Luxembourg goes into 4th place. Second at the moment is Sven Stoik, 189.54. So under half a second behind Leo van der Berg. So Leo van der Berg, current leader for the Netherlands here at the Driving Valkenswaard International. Now for the Netherlands, Hand Gankema. And in the second obstacle, dressage score 62.89. And that looks like obstacle 6 to me. Camilla Arberg for Sweden. How's Camilla getting on? Let's have a look at the screen. Camilla Arberg still running at a level at about 7th or 8th place, 8th or 9th place at the moment. Bit of work to do for the Swede. So Camilla Arberg, 51.84. She's not going to stop the clock on that time. .46.45 time. That's the time for Camilla Arberg for Sweden. That was obstacle 6. 2 to go for the Swede. Back to obstacle 4. And this is Juan Sorejuato for España. Came into the marathon day on 30th position, the Spaniard, I should say. Two quick times at obstacles 1 and 2, and a disappointing obstacle 3. Bit of time to make up. That's the last gate, and now he's out. Well, after such a super start at the first two obstacles for the Spaniard, Joaquim Duato, that unfortunately the last two have been disappointing compared to his performance at the first two. Netherlands, Han Gankema. Obstacle 3. Nahea, the groom, on the back. Through the wall of water. Difficult to see, but that's a... It's raining, basically, under the bridge. You might just be able to see that rain as we're watching a replay. Pangangima. Vernon Helmuth for Team USA. Gate 3 and Gate 6 have been his high point. Fastest at those two gates. Can he beat 61.62 at the final gate? That will push him up the leaderboard. Now he's going. Just outside the quickest time, but just a tenth of a second outside that quickest time. So a very, very quick time indeed for Vernon Helmuth for Team USA. We'll wait for his final score. He had the two quickest, I should say. He's gone into first place. That's a new leader for the USA. Vernon Helmuth, 178.9. 178.9. New leader for United States of America, Vernon Helmuth. Well, you heard the course designer, Jeroen Hoedeman, talking about this obstacle, Obstacle 5, they built for the first time. It's a challenging obstacle, but it's all been passed off by the FEI officials and the drivers handling it very well indeed. And we're seeing a pretty slick negotiation by Joaquim Duato. Here he comes. It's the ears you see first. He's not going to be the quickest. And away. .66.8. Groom Alvaro Fernandez for the Spanish driver. We're back at the first gate. This might be Benny Gossolk. For the Netherlands. As he screams to get out, he's going to be very, very quick indeed. 52.02 for Benny Gossolk for the Netherlands. That's going to be the quickest time by a long way. And that's a drone. That's the obstacle 3. sponsored by James and Ms. Wrigley Miller. Hence the Wrigley's double mint chewing gum advertisement across the wall of water, because below that wall there is a pipe that is pouring water over the drivers. I think that's pretty unfair. On the other hand, it's pretty warm, so maybe they appreciate it. Certainly the horses will. And there's a man playing with his drone. And there are a few gentlemen enjoying themselves. Peaceful afternoon here. See the French baseball cap. 14 nations represented at this. Just year 2 of the DVI. Incredible support. This is obstacle 3. Eva Ottosson. Eva Ottosson from Sweden. Her dressage score 62.41 in 28th place. 43 competitors forward for the pairs. Precision, communication and speed. Not a great run through obstacle 3 for Eva Ottosson for Sweden. Still opportunities to catch up the time. Just had confirmation that, well, I actually did say that, but just to say that, again, provisional, but Benny Gossel, absolutely super run through for the Netherlands through the first obstacle. We're watching the second Swedish driver on the course, Camilla Arberg. She, in fact, started before Eva, but she has just finished obstacle 8. And again, Kima for the Netherlands. Woo up. Bit of a breather. 3 obstacles to go for the Dutch driver, Hanken Kima. He's taking a selfie. What does he think he's doing? Camera in one hand, selfie with the other. Yeah, you look cool. And that's the place to be. If you really want to be cool, you should be in the VIP here at the DVI, because I can't get in there. I'll have to have a word with the organising committee about that. Obstacle 6 for the Spaniard, Yuka Saliduato. Not had the run he wanted. Finished in 30th place at 64.18 for the dressage. That was okay, but today he would have expected to be a little bit quicker at some of the obstacles. Been finishing in quite down the leaderboard at the moment. Obviously we go in reverse order here, so we've got the best competitors, if you like, coming later on in the competition. 43 pairs, 23 four in hand, and they will follow directly on after the pairs competition. The marathon part of the competition has been completed. Back to the first obstacle, Lars Hiving for Denmark. 2 drivers representing Denmark. That 52.02, we saw that set by Dutch driver Benny Gossel earlier, just a few moments ago. Obstacle 4, Eva Ottosson for Sweden. Her compatriot has completed the marathon course. Camilla Arberg, also from Sweden. She completes on 200.93, 200.93 in 10th place at the moment, Camilla Arberg. But we're now with her compatriot, Eva Ottosson, at the 4th obstacle. Completes that, stops the clock. 54.06. 9 seconds outside the quickest time for obstacle 4. That was set by Wim Halen for Belgium. That's the indoor arena. That's Benny Gossel, the man that set the fastest time at the first obstacle. Can he repeat that performance indoors? Just outside. It was a very, very quick time indeed for the Dutch driver. Very quick indeed. That's probably, in my bet, that's going to be probably in second or so place at obstacle 2 for Benny Gossel for the Netherlands. Wim Halen at the final obstacle. He's already got 3 best scores, and he's going to get a 4th. He has indeed. That is the 4th. Half of the obstacles on the course. The driver with the quickest time is the man on your screens right now from Belgium, Wim Halen. Surely we'll have a new leader. Let's just have a look. Here it comes, 173.06. We have indeed got a new leader. Wim Halen for Belgium stops the clock. 1:08.23 on the marathon course, and then at his dressage penalties, 1:73.06. New leader here in Valkenswaard. The flags will tell you that there's a nice breeze here because it's got into the over 20s, so that breeze is very well. There's a good shot of the clubhouse in the background, just above the roof of the tents, and you've got the VIP area upstairs there. Nice shot of this, of the whole setup here. Stabling, boxes in the background across the road. That's the 5th obstacle that we've been watching. Super camera shot of the arena here, of the whole setup here at Void XL. Benny Gossel. Look at the way he went round the end in there. That's through A. Current leader Wim Halen, 1:08.23 without his dressage penalties.
Op WK met het team zilver in 2001, brons in 2003, brons in 2007 en goud in Testament in 2009. Als ik daar ook een van de deelnemers in Horst daar eindigde ben op de 12e plaats. We zijn benieuwd wat hij gaat doen hier met de paarden Mark en Washington in de wapenpartij.
Well, we just turned away there for a second, and just to go back, because you saw that on your screens on the scoreboard, at 41.78 is another best score for the Dutch driver Benny Gossel. That was at gate 3, so he's done 3 gates. He's the quickest at gate 1, quickest at gate 3, and now we're watching the Spaniard Johan Saladuato on his way out. Will stop the clock as he comes off the bridge. 78.63 at obstacle 7. Now for Italy, Rocco Caldera. 60.82 is dressage score in 25th place overnight. Rocco Caldera, 60.82. .3 Rocco Caldera. His groom, hand flaming on the back. Spectators are allowed to stand over the bridge at obstacle 3. Wonderful view from above. Everybody here very, very impressed indeed with what the XL team have done to bring this 3-star international driving competition here to Valkenswaard. Tremendously equestrian area of Valkenswaard. If any of you are into show jumping, you'll know the name Jan Tops. He's just over the road with his international arena. We're missing some horses, I think, from that gentleman. I've noticed that everybody does cycle in Holland, but then it's very flat. If I lived in Holland, I would cycle everywhere. Where I live in the UK, there's a lot of hills. Benny Goskell, that was just going off to the obstacle 4. Here he comes in to obstacle 4, and what a tremendous way to enter obstacle 4. That was absolutely superb. He's got 2 best scores so far, best times. Up to D, and we've seen that taken both ways. As you would have heard the course designer who popped in to say hello earlier, Jeroen Hoordeman, all the different options that the drivers have, he's seen them all being used today. It won't be the quickest on this one, Gossel for the Netherlands. In fact, that was a bit of a disappointment, that one. That was about 12 seconds off the pace. Quick tack repair, that might have been something to do with it. Spaniard at the last obstacle. Groom doing a bit of a balancing job. Out of the gate, stop the clock, 65.41. Johan Saratuato, that's the end of his marathon. Current leader in the marathon, Wim Halen, 173.06. Eva Ottersen. She's at obstacle 6. Her compatriot Camilla Arberg. She's completed the marathon. They're the 2 Swedes in the pairs. There's 2 Swedish drivers in the 4.5, but we'll be seeing that later.
And Eva Ottersen from Sweden are at obstacle number 6.
That's near enough, exactly 10 seconds off the pace for Eva Ottersen at obstacle 6. 2 to go. That's interesting. You can see here the gates of obstacle 4 just in front at the bottom of the screen, and that's how close the spectators can get to all the obstacles here. They can get right in the action. You heard the course designer saying he wants the spectators to feel that they're actually driving on this course, and that's exactly what it does feel like. For Italy, Rocco Codera.
Cleaning, person carriage restoration and saddle and armor, roof decoration, ladies and gentlemen. That's your chance today to win.
Next driver for Denmark, class heavy.
Rocco Codera for Italy. 25th overnight. 46.96 at the indoor obstacle for the Italian. Final score for the Spaniard Johan Saratuato. He goes into 3rd place, 183.18. 183.18. Current leader, 10 penalties ahead of that, 173.06. Wim Halen for Belgium. This man at the 5th obstacle with 2 of the quickest times so far could trouble the leader. Benny Gossel for the Netherlands stops the clock 64.28 at the hill obstacle number 5. Replay of Benny Gossel looking for gate E, the bottom of the hill. Second place with that time of 64.28 for Benny Gossel. And that gives you a wonderful idea of the steepness of that hill. And Gankima nearly completed the marathon. So Hankan Gima completes obstacle 8, 61.74, completes therefore the marathon stage of this 3-discipline competition. Dressage yesterday, marathon today, and the cones tomorrow. Hankan Gima completes 188.27. 188.27 at gate 7. Had 2 penalties, knocked the ball down at gate 7, so total score 188.27 into 4th place for the Netherlands, Han Kangima. Eva Ottosson for Sweden.
Score 60.82. Supplementeren 80 winstpunten voor de deelnemer uit Italië, Rocco Cordera. Zegt de starten worden Winter en Winter van de selectie. Heeft het voordeel als laatste starten in de
80.73. Eva Ottosson for Sweden. 1 obstacle to go for the Swede. Lars Heibing for Denmark. Obstacle 5. And back down. Foot on the brake.
We expect Rocco Cordera from Italy.
70.94. Lars Heibing stops the clock at obstacle 5. Tom Engers for the Netherlands into the first obstacle. Time to beat there, 17.09. Which I think it's that's a bit of a technical hitch, because that's if you do it in an aeroplane or perhaps a drone. The time to beat. So anyway, I'm not sure what the time to beat is. It's going to be around 52 seconds, I would think, the time to beat in the first obstacle. I think it's about 52.02 set by Benny Gossel. That was the time. That's on my provisional times to beat at this obstacle, but this is looking very good indeed. We won't get the time on the screens at the moment, but we'll bring that to you as soon as we know. That looked very, very good as Tom Engers for the Netherlands completes the first obstacle. Rocco Cordera for Italy. Manuel Fernandez on the back.
Loopt goed. Nice performance here at the waterfall.
Rocco Cordera actually ham-flaming on the back of Rocco Cordera's. I got carried away with the old Spanish names. Ooh. This looks like Eva Ottosson. Yes, it is. In the Swedish blue and yellow. That's her marathon. The last obstacle, halfway round. Snakes her way through the water and stops the clock. 65.68. Eva Ottosson for Sweden. Steve Wilson for the United States, obstacle 3. First time that I think it's the first time we've seen Steve Wilson. Steve Wilson, who 65.56, obstacle 1, 67.73. Not a good start for the team, who finished on 60.70 for the dressage.
Was zeer succesvol afgelopen jaar. Steve Wilson won maar liefst 4 evenementen. Dat was de Kentucky Classic in Engeland, de Live Oak in Amerika, de Little Everglades in Amerika en de Russian Everglades Classic. Dus zeer goed in Engeland en is hier ook in Nederland succesvol. Na de dressuur een 4 voor Steve Wilson. Resultaat 60.7 after the dressage. They still carry more with a result of 60.70 for the rider from the USA.
Just whilst we're watching the replay, just sorting a little technical hitch out here in the commentary booth. Lars Hybing for Denmark.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the first obstacle, the marathon here today on 55.31 seconds. The second place there, obstacle number 1, so far for Tom and the Netherlands. For the Netherlands now on obstacle number 2. Indoor obstacle.
Tom Engers for Netherlands, obstacle 2.
United States of America, Steve Wilson.
A very good in time, a very good time indeed for Tom Engers for the Netherlands. Not the quickest, couple of seconds off the quickest, but one of the quickest we've seen. We're watching Steve Wilson from the USA, halfway around the course.
En u ziet dat er nog veel met KVV-paarden wordt gereden, maar ook veel met fietszaders. Er al meerdere fietszaders hier vandaag voorbij zien komen. En Steve Wilson, tempo ligt zo in de middenmoot, denk ik. Kijk wat het wordt. Let's see what will be the time for Steve Wilson, and it's 55.34. 55, 3400ste en als de 17e tijd voor Steve Wilson uit Amerika. As a better round, Mark Morgan, a very good result from optical number 1 now for here, Cycle Netherlands with 83.08 seconds. The second place so far is optical number 1 for here. Ja, weer twee Nederlanders onderweg hier naar de waterpartij. Don Engbers uit de Wassen, zo dadelijk. Tom die al Nederlands kampioen werd in de Deurne in 2011. Werd vandaag met Dangehaard.
Rocco Cordera for Italy, that was the miscreep. We've seen that happen a couple of times. The driver's just not able to get that turn up that hill. Well recovered.
Die in 20% dit jaar de winning binnen is te halen. Zeer ervaren is.
Is it lunchtime?
Zonder bekende Alfons.
20-1 here in Valkenswaard.
We zijn benieuwd. Tom die stond naar de dressuur op de...
Tom Engers for the Netherlands. He's at obstacle 3.
Race number 23 for Tom Engers for the Netherlands after the track.
Bring you an update on Tom Engers' scores shortly. Steve Wilson, the USA, apologies for the slight delay in some of the updated scores, just suffering a few technical issues. One of those things when you're out of the middle of a field. Eight seconds off the pace, Steve Wilson for USA. 3 obstacles to go for that pair. Lars Hybing, he's just got 2 obstacles to go. This one, obstacle 7. Time to beat 67.74. Oh dear, that's going to cost 4 or 5 seconds, but corrected quickly. Precision, communication, timing. It's all got to gel.
Lars Hybing from Denmark now at obstacle number 7.
Yep.
The Winnie License Group obstacle for obstacle number 7, powered by Winnie License Group.
Right, let's just bring you up. I've got some information that Wim Halen for Belgium, he's still the current leader, 173.06. Eva Ottersen at the final gate, gate 8. She had a couple of penalties he had, and she finished on 188.74. Benny Gosselk, we've got on the course, who's set to possibly take the lead, but had a disappointing gate at gate 4. But he has had 2 quickest gates and was second quickest at gate 5, 64.28. Lars Hybing's on his way home. And now we've got Geert Dikhoff. We've got him, who's the quickest time through the indoor gate, 41.35. That was Geert Dikhoff for the Netherlands into the lead. For gate 2, that is.
center and bring the obstacle with the ball into the water. And dan op de sneeuw.
Tom Engers, he's at gate 4. How's he been getting on? He's been a third, quickest, fourth and eighth at his first 3 obstacles. Came into this in 23rd place, as you can see, with a dressage score of 60.47.
De laatste lijn. U mag hard helpen, u mag al aanmoedigen. Kijk, korte doorsteken, dat heeft hij goed gedaan.
Good drive from Tom Engers. 4-5 seconds or so off the pace at gate 4. Gert Dikhoff for the Netherlands. That's B. Gets through back to the middle, left-handed now to C. Now he's got to come out and go find D, top end of here. Right round to E, that's on the outside. And home. Gert Dikhoff, 43.76, 2 seconds behind the current time of set by Benny Gossop for his compatriot. Lars Hiving for Denmark completes obstacle 8.
Ja, we hadden het wedstrijd georganiseerd, maar langs bij onze Belgische stadhouders, maar dadelijk kans om een weekend Limburg met de paarden te winnen. Dus in samenwerking met opleidingen in de sporten, met paardensport Cavalino van alle merken, voertuigen,
Tom Engers at the up and down obstacle.
En Engeland en duikkamers. En op zaterdag vandaag zelfs een extra weekend. Een weekend richting de Veluwe. Lommers bij langs bij de stelling.
That was a good shot. That gave you enough idea of the steepness as he goes down to find gate C.
Bijvoorbeeld met de massage, osteopathie, shiatsu en nog meer. Hele medische basiskennis van het paard dan ook.
Wim Halen still the current leader as far as we're aware.
International.
A new top time, Tom Engers from Netherlands at obstacle number 5 with 60.94 seconds.
Tom Engers doet het dus goed. En dat geldt ook voor Gert Dikhoff. Die weer goed zit, zodat bij de vierde hindernis gevormd door Jeroen Hartman, de course-designer. En dan komt weer een hoog tempo hier de waterpartij binnen de mannen uit Klagenbeek, de hoge uur van Brugge. Dit jaar tweede plaats in de reis.
Gert Dikhoff, obstacle 4. let's just see how he's been getting on. His second obstacle, he is the current leader at obstacle 2. That's indoors 41.35. He was in second place at 43.76 obstacle 3. So he's got a first and 2 second places, Gert Dikhoff. Will he be our new leader? A long way to go. Well, there's 173.06 to beat, set by Belgian driver Wim Halen. And that was a long time ago. We've got Rocco Cordera, Steve Wilson, Tom Engers and Gert Dikhoff, Christian Bjornthor, Lancelot Max, Torsten Kolek on the course.
Actiesneller dan Tom Engers in de rit hiervoor. Dat is de vierde tijd op en dit is nummer 4. Lovely time for Gert Dikhoff. 48.66 go number 4.
Obstacle 3 for Denmark. 2 drivers from Denmark. Bjørn Christensen.
Laten we even vooruitblikken. Zo dadelijk verwacht hier uit Denemarken Bjarne Christensen, die ook in de stunsport is begonnen. Overstapte naar de menssport in 2001 en in het klassement plaats nummer 21 inneemt. Scoren naar de dressuur 60,05. So the next driver here at obstacle number 4, representing Denmark, Bjarne Christensen. Place number 21 after the dressage at a score of 60.05.
Tom Engers approaching obstacle 6, rattling his way through the first of the gates. Tom Engers.
De nakomeling van de wereldberoemde dressuringskending.
Tom Engers for the Netherlands. He had the quickest the quickest time at gate 5, Tom Engers, for the Netherlands, 60.94. It's been a long time since we've had a new leader, because our current leader is still Wim Halen for Belgium, 173.06, and interestingly his marathon time of 108.23 is prior to adding the penalties for the dressage. He's way ahead on the marathon at 108.23. I can't see a driver within 15 seconds of that time on the whole of the marathon course for Wim Halen for Belgium. Steve Wilson, USA, 2 obstacles to go at obstacle 7. Tom Engers just got his score through for obstacle 6, 47.62. Quickest so far. Gert Dikhoff, we'll be getting to him shortly, but he's having a great run for our hosts here in the Netherlands. He's got, in the first 5 gates, 2 quickest times, gates 2 and 5.
Christiansen achterop de marathonwagen. Ziet er sterk uit. Zo te zien houdt hij het allemaal makkelijk in evenwicht hier achterop die marathonwagen. Bjarne Christensen, echte familiesport hier met Ole Christensen. Door het water van Valkenswaard.
Bjørn Christensen at the Watergate, gate 4. We've seen a lot of teams go quicker. He's been cautious through the water. Lars Heibing for Denmark completed 2:08.31. Rocco Cordera, Steve Wilson, Tom Angus, Gert Dinkhoff, Bjorn Thor Christensen, who are watching at the moment, Lancelot Marks, Torsten Kolik on the marathon course at the moment. Current leader 1:73.06, Wim Halen for Belgium. I think that's Tom Angus. Tom Angus on his way to gate 7, having had a cracking run at gate 6, stopping the clock in 47.62, being the fastest god. Now we see from Switzerland, Lancelot Marks. He's at obstacle 3, 59.53 at the first one, into 7th place, 52.42. It was 18th place for Lancelot Marks, so a bit of time. He's been not as quick as he wanted to be at this stage of the competition for Switzerland. Lancelot Marks. And he's out. Tom Angus, obstacle 7. Could he be putting pressure on the current leader, Wim Halen, for Belgium? If he can repeat his best performance as he did at obstacle 6 for the next 2 obstacles, we may well have a new leader. Oh, Joe nearly took out the corner of that last gate. Rushes over and gets the best. That is another best time. So Tom Angus sets a second consecutive best time here, 65.65 at obstacle 7. Tom Angus still obstacle 8 to go. Took the last 2 obstacles. Best time on the course so far today at the DVI in Valkenswaard. Are we going to see a new leader? 1 gate to go for the Dutch driver, though. Now back to Denmark, Bjorn Thor Christensen. Torsten Kolik. I think this might be, there it is indeed, for Germany at the indoors. Steve Wilson, USA. Final scores come through for Steve Wilson, 2:02.66. He had 2 penalties at obstacle 8, the last obstacle on the course. Gert Dinkhoff. He's on his way to gate 6, having set the best time at gate 5, 60.14. Back to the first obstacle. This looks like Ram Hovel van Den. It is indeed for the Netherlands. Overnight dressage score of 57.22, 18th position. We're into the top 20 here at the pairs on the marathon day of the Driving Valkenswaard International 3-star competition here in the most beautiful part of Holland. It seems to all be about horses down here in Valkenswaard, and today is all about 3-star driving. 14 nations represented here at this wonderful complex here, the home of Australian driver Boyd Excel, world champion, World Cup champion, legend of the sport, brings us the most fabulous 3-star competition here at his home in Valkenswaard, Holland. Lancelot Marx at the 4th gate, the water. Stops the clock, 56.60 for the Swiss. Gert Dirkhoff, he stopped the clock at 46.48 at gate 6, and he is now putting pressure on Tom Engers. We're seeing Tom Engers here. Tom Engers was the quickest at gate 7, even with 2 penalties for a knockdown. But it looks like the Dutch driver, his colleague Gert Dirkhoff, is really chasing his toes. But we're seeing Tom Engers complete gate 8. There's a load of screaming outside the commentary box here. They're through. Stop the clock, 58.47. He's not the quickest, but he's under half a second behind the quickest. Where will Tom Engers finish in the competition after marathon day? We'll find out in a few moments' time. We, of course, still have 18 competitors to come in the pairs driving. And he's gone into the lead. Tom Engers has indeed taken the lead. Tom Engers goes into the lead, stops the clock, 170.18, 3 seconds from the previous leader, Wim Halen for Belgium, 170.18 for Tom Engers. Interestingly, though, on the marathon, he was a second slower than Wim Halen, the former leader, but of course you add the dressage penalties, so still the quickest time on the marathon, Wim Halen for Belgium, 108.23. New leader, Tom Engers for the Netherlands. It's definitely a day for ice cream. Tom Engers going on his way. And 170.18, the current leader. Lancelot Marx at the hill, rattles down the hill.
It's a nice place between Dresden and Berlin in Germany, and there is 2019 the World Championship for Finnish horses. And Torsten Koenig is the organizer of this great event in 2019. We are looking forward to this great event in Germany and waiting for
Lancelot Marx with Doris Marx on the back as groom. I always think groom's not the quite the right description for the person sitting on the back. Kamikaze would be better. Through 5, the Marx family. Back to first obstacle, Anna Sandman for Germany.
And now we're looking at obstacle number 1.
Anna Sandman, dressage score 56.63 overnight. This, the third day of competition, 2 days of dressage. Now the marathon, cones will come tomorrow. Anna Sandman comes from a historic family of the sport representing Germany. Oh, a very quick time indeed for the German driver. Into must be the second quickest time, I would have thought that, 52.33. Waiting for Gert Dirkhoff's times to come in for the 8th obstacle, because he's got 4 quickest times. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8 to go. We're watching Torsten Kolik for Germany at the fourth obstacle. Looks back at the clock, the groom.
Good time for Torsten Kolik at obstacle number 4, obstacle 52.55 seconds for Torsten, and also a very good time for Anna.
Well, it just gets warmer and warmer here. It's absolutely glorious. There wouldn't be a better place to be. Look at that, in the country, surrounded by trees, and top international equestrian sport here in Valkenswaard. The top drivers in the world. 14 nations competing here. We've got 43 in the pairs competition. We've got 23 in the four-in-hands. We'll be covering the four-in-hand. That's going to run straight after we finish the pairs. We're down to the top 16. Oh, miscommunication for Rob Hovel-Vanden. At the third, that's a good shot of the rain there. That isn't rain, that's a wall of water. But actually, in this weather, probably very welcome. But that was not the smoothest run we've seen through so far. Definitely through obstacle 3. Few bits of miscommunication for the Dutch driver, Rob Hovel-Vanden.
Startte in 2000 met de mensport. Sinds 2011 wedstrijd de mensport. Was in 2000
crash.
Nederlands kampioen nog in klasse 2.
Bjorn Thor Christensen.
De dressuur op een 18e plaats. Een score van.
There are 3 knockdowns at the obstacle 7. I don't think there's one there you can see on your screen. I don't think that crash on that corner was actually one of them. And Bjorn Thor Christensen, he completes the obstacle 7. Obstacle 8 at the moment is Gert Dikhoff. I can see him out of my window. He is down over the bridge. We'll be getting the score from Gert Dikhoff, because will there be a new leader? Tom Engberts for the Netherlands, the current leader. Will his fellow countrymen have taken his lead? Gert Dikhoff, we're waiting to get that score in for the 8th gate, because we may have a new leader. Tom Engers for the Netherlands, 170.18. Gert Dikhoff's score, waiting for it to come in. He has completed gate 8. Marathon, 103.25. Gert Dikhoff for the Netherlands, quickest round the marathon. Add his penalties from the dressage into the lead, 163.42. Stan Van Eyck, overnight dressage score 56.56 into 16th place. It was in 16th place overnight. Claudia Meister, his groom. Horses Jones and Zorak. All these drivers can bring 3 horses here for the weekend. Obviously they can use whichever pair they want for each of their best disciplines to suit those souls. And that was a very quick time indeed, half a second outside the quickest time, but a great start for Stan Van Eyck for the Netherlands. Anne Sandlands made her way to the indoor menage. Rob Hovel-Vanden rushing to stop that clock before 45.34. He won't make it. 3 seconds outside the time, 3.5 seconds, 48.88 at obstacle 4 for Rob Hovel-Vanden. Tension, the lovely hat. It's a permanent smile. Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands, making his way in between two obstacles. Interesting difference in height between those two. The horses, that is. So good. Dieckhoff for the Netherlands. New leader, the 165.42. And no one at the moment I can see actually threatening that time. Bjorn Thor Christensen on the way to the final obstacle. This Danish team, they're not going to be troubling the current leader, whatever they do here. Anna Sandman for Germany. This family, like several of the competitors here from around the globe here in Valkenswaard, are historic names of the sport. Anna Sandman, disappointing first gate into the second quickest time, half a second behind Geert Dieckhoff in the gate on the indoor gate, 41.81. So a definite disappointing start for... sorry, ignore that comment. I'm just looking at a different column. She was third at the first gate, in third place at the first gate for Anna Sandman. Now in second place for the gate, the time at the second gate, and a similar story to gate 3, 43.52. Anna Sandman, third, second and second. That's her time so far at the first three gates. She is putting pressure on Geert Dieckhoff for the Netherlands, current leader. For Denmark, Bjorn Thor Christensen at the last obstacle completes his marathon. Looking through his times, he won't be troubling the leaders. Anna Sandman going through gate 3, where she clocked up 43.52, a very, very smooth run indeed. Now back to the indoor arena. Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands. 52.61 into fourth quickest at the first obstacle. All these obstacles, if you just join them, sitting on top of the surface. So there are 12, no less than 12 knockdowns here in this arena. That's to protect the obstacles. Basically the message from course designer Jeroen Hoedeman: these are very precious, these obstacles. I'm putting a ball on most of the posts, so basically don't touch them. He doesn't want them damaged. Got to be precise. And this is looking good for Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands. Clock stop, 43.55. 1.5 seconds behind the quickest time. Back to gate 1. Volk Rosen for Ireland. Sole Irish competitor here this weekend in Holland. Volk Rosen. Completed score for Bjorn Thor Christensen into 19th place, 210.56 for them.
Veel KWP-tuigpaarden in de internationale mensport. Ze doen het fantastisch op Ford Excel direct mee. En daar is Zandman hier in een hoog tempo weg naar de start. Kijk eens, aanvallend gereden. Hoor die stem over.
Well, what an entrance to gate 4. And the Sandman.
Zeer snel aangevaren in nummer 4. Ins Wasser herein.
Time to beat, 45.34, set by the Belgian driver Wim Halen, who's currently in third place overall, long-term time leader at one stage.
En ik mag aanmoedigen met ze. Daar gaat ze. Ella Zandman. Oeh, en dan wordt die tijd.
6 seconds behind the quickest time. 51.31 for Anna Salmon at gate 4. 4 to go for the German. Gate 8 for Lancelot Max. Round to F. Plenty of encouragement. And they're out. Lancelot and Doris Marks complete their marathon course. Stan Van Eyck for the Netherlands. 4th and 6th, the first 2 gates, that's their finishing position in terms of the quickest time.
The wonderful still the first one, but also the second one. Thanks to Werner Fix, sponsor of the second obstacle, and the third, the double mint deck, sponsored by the James and Misty Wrigley Miller.
6th or 7th throughout his positions. Current leader, Gert Dieckhoff for the Netherlands.
Speed specialists sponsoren in is nummer 5. Pennen machines Veldhoven en Datsen en Harlow in is nummer 6. En Willy Naasten schop verbonden aan in is nummer 7. De laatste is van de Heuvel Kom. En nu 12. Nou, dat zijn de sponsors die het mogelijk maken. Dit prachtige traject gebouwd, ontworpen door Corsi-zanger Drew Autobahn.
Anna Salmon Germany now obstacle number 5, and now we have a new stop time from obstacle number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Anna Salmon for Germany. She means business. We've got a new quickest time at the third gate. Stan Van Eyck, he's gone into the quickest time, 37.88, which has pushed Anna Salmon's time at gate 3 into third place. Two seconds or so, just less than 2 seconds off the quickest time for Anna Salmon for Germany at gate 5. Ireland representative in the indoor arena, Volker Olsen. Stan Van Eyck for the Netherlands. Into obstacle 4. And just at obstacle 3 got the best time of the day so far.
En dit is een hele goede wending, dames en heren. Stan Van Eyck kan een prima marathon versen hier op Driving Valkenswaard International. En u mag hem aan helpen, u mag hem aanmoedigen. Daar gaat hij finishen in deze finish. En het wordt een toptijd. John, jongen, 46-21. En dat is de tweede tijd hier op de waterpartij. Start van en hij gaat klimmen in het klassement als hij zo doorgaat. The wonderful time, 46.21.
Just leaving the first gate. I think that was Catherine Dancer from the US. Now Fulk Wilson for Ireland. And out, 43, 44, 45.15 seconds for the Irish team of Fulk Wilson. Best time there was that 37.88, a very quick time indeed, set by Stan van Eyck. At the final obstacle for Kolick Torsten, apologies, for Torsten Kolick. Looking at Torsten's scores, he won't be troubling Gert Dieckhoff, the current leader. By at the fifth obstacle.
The next competitor, the obstacle number 4, will be a competitor from Ireland, Volker Roysen. After the dressage at place number 15. 55.87 the result.
Replay of Fulk Wilson for Ireland's trip through the third obstacle underneath the water wall. Easy with an iPhone, I think, and other phones are available. Time to give up.
12th position at the Windsor this year for the competitor from Ireland. 12e dus in Windsor. Dankjewel met deze sportbetrokken sinds 2000.
Anna Salmon for Germany, desperately trying to put pressure on the Dutch driver in first place, Gert Dieckhoff. His total score 165.42. Haven't seen one anywhere near that for some time. Can Anna Salmon for Germany keep up the pressure on the Dutchman as she's in obstacle 6? Offset parallel gates, very difficult obstacle to navigate, but through it successfully. Anna Salmon, gate 5, she was into 4th place. A disappointing gate at gate 4 for Anna Salmon, 10th. New starter for Holland, Anthony Terhamsel. 53.76 his time coming out of gate 1, 7.5 off the current leaders. Catherine Dancer for the USA. Catherine Dancer, who had a disaster at the first gate, 93.16 seconds for this pair at gate 1. So that's actually blown it, actually, for them. I know there's still 7 obstacles to go, but there's some very, very quick drivers that have already gone and plenty quick ones to come.
Is een 18-jarige Hessische rijder van Rotterdam. 16e in Windsor voor Catherine Dancer from the USA. After the dressage at a score of 54.69, place number 14.
Rob Vanden at the 8th obstacle. He's been somewhere around sort of 10, 11, 12 at each of the obstacles, so he won't be troubling the leaders at the marathon stage. Still, the cones to come tomorrow. And not a great finish for the Dutch pair. That completes their marathon. Final total score, final marathon score for Torsten Kolik for Germany, 171.96. That puts him into 3rd place. Into 3rd place for Germany goes Torsten Kolik, 171.96. Rob Vanden for the Netherlands into 8th place. His final score after the marathon stage, 187.66. Lancelot Marx for Switzerland, his final score into 5th place. They go for 182.56. Current leader Geert Dieckhoff for the Netherlands, 165.42. Anna Sandman. Penultimate obstacle, obstacle 7.
Deutschland, Germany, she's still on track and successful for 9.18 seconds. The 3rd place in obstacle number 7 so far for Anna Sandman, and now she's in 7th. In obstacle 6, yes, that's right. Anna Sandman in obstacle 6 for 9.18, and now she is in obstacle 7. Sorry.
This is looking like a very good run for the German pair. One leg to do. Time to beat 61.76, and she needs a few seconds to trouble the leaders. She's going to be over that bridge. She's not going to make that time. She's going to be 6 or 7 seconds over the current leader. 7 seconds it is. 68.58 for Anna Salmon for Germany at obstacle 7. 1 to go for the German pair. Now we go back to gate 8. Tristan Verheyen, I think, for the Netherlands.
Obstacle number 6 so far for Stan van Eyck, Netherlands, with 46.5.
Overnight dressage score for this Dutch team, 53.92 into 12th place overnight for Tristan Verheyen. A second outside the quickest time for the new team on the course. .53.05 Tristan Verheyen for the Netherlands into 5th place at the first gate. That shows you how tight. 5 places. Less than 1 second splitting the top 5 quickest times at the first gate. That is the level of competition we've got here at the DVI in Valkenswaard this weekend. And we've still got the top 10 drivers to come for the pairs. We're getting towards the top 10, and then the moment that the pairs has been completed, the 43 pairs that are coming forward for the marathon after the dressage, couple of days of dressage, we then move on to the four-in-hand. The four-in-hand, 23 teams will be coming forward representing 8 nations, and they of course will be going around exactly the same exactly the same course as we were watching the pairs go around now, but with an extra couple of horses ahead. Current leader overnight for the four-in-hand, Boyd XL for Australia. Catherine Dancer for the US at the 4th obstacle. She's had a couple of, not a great run for the first 3, would be fair. And that also wasn't the quickest. Catherine Dancer, marathon not being her strongest point here this weekend. Anna Salmon at the final obstacle. She's not got any top scores. It's sort of 3rd, 4th and 5th her times at each of the previous 7 or the first 7 obstacles. Came into this in 17th place after the dressage score of 56.63. 64.99, marathon over for German driver Anna Sandman. Let's just wait for her completed score as the computers do the churning. Irish team, Volk Rawson. Now who have we got? Stan Van Eyck, the man who could trouble the current leader. Well, I apologise. I was to correct the scores because Anna Sandman, with such a super dressage score, has gone into the lead by 0.3 of a penalty point. Anna Sandman, who finished in the top 3 or 4 at each of the obstacles in the marathon, has gone into the lead. She came into the marathon with us in 17th place on 56.63 from the dressage. She's gone into the lead on the marathon stage, 1:65.13. None of the gates on the obstacles, none of the obstacles she had the quickest time, but she was always in the top 3 or 4 with a good dressage score. Into the lead, the German driver Anna Sandman, 1:65.13. That's the time to beat at the current stage, with about a dozen teams still either on the course or still to come. Tristan Verheyen for the Netherlands, 53.05 into 5th, their 5th quickest time at the first obstacle.
En is het echt de aanval inzetten, wordt daar zo hier in het water, want het gaat snel. Hij houdt die paarden voorwaarts, houdt die ze ook in geloof. Dit paard valt even terug in de hand. Daar een korte wending voor Anthony Terwijl hier spectaculair aan het werk. Dat een mooie derde plaats in de race, die 8 in Horst. Wat gaat er voor die Valkenswaard? And he is still very fast, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I can hear all sorts of excitement going out on the course from the announcers. There's a lot of action. There's no question about it that the teams here are getting quicker and quicker. Of course, it goes in reverse order. We're just watching Catherine Dancer complete the 5th gate. Oh, now we've got a replay. The grass just starting to get worn away. There was a lot of rain here yesterday, but it did dry out overnight. So if nothing else, it's kept the dust down. That's the bridge over the gate 3. Perfect viewing position, because from there you'll be able to see, and there's affectionately known as Granny on the left, long time assistant, part of the Boyd XL team. So, Anna Salmon for Germany, who in 17th place overnight goes into lead with still several drivers to come in the marathon, but she set the pace at 1:65.13. Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands at the final obstacle, and he has been the quickest at 2. Surely this man, Stan van Eyck, with an overnight score from dressage 56.46, he will surely take the lead, or there's a big chance of Anna Salmon for Germany. Can the Netherlands get back in front? He's quickest. He's quickest at gate 8. That's the third gate that Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands has been quickest. We're surely going to see a new leader. We are indeed. 1:58.69. Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands goes into the lead. 1:58.69 penalties, a marathon score of 1:08.23. 1:08.23, quickest in the marathon, and he's now into first place for our hosts here in the medal. One of 14 Dutch drivers in the 43 starters here at Valkenswaard, I should say. It's all action packed here. Excitement's building as we get down to the top 10 drivers. And the crowds are starting to pick up. On the left there, he's going left-handed with the baseball cap, white shirt. He's Scott Palmer, backstepper for Boyd XL. Great to see the crowds coming out. It really is a beautiful afternoon. It's a beautiful part of the world. There's lots to see, and just so fabulously designed here that the spectators, without crossing the marathon course, can see every obstacle right up close. Get the feeling of what it's like to be inside the obstacles.
Hindernis nummer 4. Vijfde in de 3 sterren in Horstikaar. 4e plaats in Exlo. Goed bezig.
Well, just waiting for the... Won't be long. Here we go. Catherine Dancer at the 6th obstacle.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at obstacle number 5, quick and fast. The new top time, 58.2.
I've just heard that Anthony ter Hamsel for the Netherlands has gone in to the quickest time at the 5th obstacle. That's the one with the uphill and downhill, 58.27. Anthony ter Hamsel at the quickest time at obstacle 5, 58.27. Currently watching Catherine Dancer from the US.
Catherine Dancer there for USA, United States of America, at obstacle number 6.
Current leader Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands, 1:58.69 his completed score. Back to the first of the 8 marathon obstacles, Wayne van Niekerk for South Africa. Sole representative from South Africa, truly international competition here at the DVI this weekend. Just the 2nd year of this 3-star competition, the Driving Valkenswaard International, known as the DVI. Oh! That was a very quick entry for Tristan Verhagen into the 4th obstacle. I think I'd need a lot of money to be on the back of that. Good heavens. Can he keep control of this pair? Tristan Verheiden, I think he means business. I'm not sure he's getting completely the control that he's after this pair in front of him. He's not going to beat the quickest time, but he certainly came in there. Well, it looked very quick indeed. It looked a bit hairy, to be honest. But he was 8 or 9 seconds outside the quickest time. I can see the Irish team just completed obstacle 8. Just trying to bring you some other scores and what's going on out there. Completed score for team from Ireland, sole Irish representatives, Folke Rolson, 166.48 into 4th place. The Irish, Folke Rolson into 4th place, 166.48. Completed score after the marathon. Philippe Kint for Belgium at the 3rd obstacle. 9th and 20th, that's the 2 respective positions with their times of obstacles 1 and 2 for the Belgian driver Philippe Kint, that we're watching at the moment at obstacle 3.
Philippe Belgium there at obstacle number 3.
Catherine Dancer for the US. Quick glimpse of them through the screens. And Tony de Hamsel representing our hosts here in Holland. Got the quickest score at the 5th obstacle. That was the hill, 58.27. Direction from the groom. Turn left, mate. Absolutely vital teamwork. Now go, 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 go. 48 dead, 1.5 seconds off the pace, but a very quick time for the Dutch driver, Anthony ter Hamsel.
Nakomelingen van Ziglami, Capriola, dit iets anders. En dat is de goal van Philippe Kint.
Catherine Dancer, just 2 obstacles to, 1 obstacle to go now. She's completed obstacle 7. Catherine Dancer, who came in to the marathon in 14th place. The dressage score of 54.69. Wayne van Niekerk, we're into the top 10 here at the DVI in the pairs on marathon day. In 10th place overnight was this pair, Wayne van Niekerk from South Africa.
Driving Valkenswaard International.
The South African in disappointing first gate, 28th place after the first gate, 66.73. That looks like the entrance to gate 1. This is gate 4. A, then back up the top to B. Philippe Kind for Belgium. This is looking very good through here, through the water obstacle. That's the VIP hovering above obstacle 4. 52 seconds, so in fact 7 seconds off the quickest pace. That was looking good, but it was not anywhere near the quickest time through obstacle 4. Catherine Dancer for the US. She is at the final obstacle. She might struggle to keep that 14th position. Hasn't been the best marathon that Catherine's been happy with. The clock stops for one of the quartet of drivers from the United States for Catherine Dancer, 73.22. Now this is the Wayne van Niekerk, the team from South Africa. Just see the wall of rain as they look for gate D. That's D. They've got to go around the opposite side for E. It's on their right now. And now they've got to get out. That's the quickest. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Let's just check my screens. $52.7 for Wayne van Niekerk at gate 3. Now Philippe Kind at the 5th obstacle, up and down the hill. He's up the other end. That's D. Still on the ground still here, as opposed to up on the hill. Another route. We've seen various routes that these pairs have attacked this hill. That's F. But a disappointing time for Philippe Kind at obstacle 5. Now we're into the indoors. This is Joanna Attenborough for Great Britain, I think. In the top 10, 9th overnight, Joanna Attenborough for Great Britain. Dressage score 53.03. Anthony Terhansel at the final obstacle, right in front of where we're positioned. He was the man that was the quickest at obstacle 5 at the hill, 58.27. Incredible time. Incredible time.
die nog niet in is, vindt alweer. Paul die staat daarvoor. Kijk, met de paarden Clinton staat en Russell in de CK.
I can hear the cheering. It's making me laugh. The screaming and the cheering out of the window. But look at that time, 55.96. That was a very, very quick time indeed from the Dutch driver, Anthony ten Hemel. So that's his quickest time, and his final score of the marathon. He goes into second place despite two quickest times at the 5th and the 8th obstacles. Anthony ter Hamsel into second place, total score 159.42. Still the current leader, Stan van Eyck, his compatriot from the Netherlands. Stan van Eyck 158.69. So 3/4 of a point, of a penalty point, split the first two drivers. In third at the moment, Anna Sandman for Germany, 165.13. That's the top three. Current leader for the Netherlands, Stan van Eyck. But the top drivers still to come. When I say top drivers, I mean the top drivers overnight from the dressage. That looks like a Brit to me, judging by the red, white and blue. It is indeed Johanna Attenborough. That's the rain that you can see coming down, but it isn't really. Has to find A, finds A, weaves her way in through the gates. Jamie Coward, her groom on the back. His surname, his family name may be Coward, but that does not reflect the grit and the nerve it takes to be a groom. The craziest of positions in this wonderful sport. Jamie just directing Johanna, that's his job, apart from keeping some of the balance and the weight spread. 51.37 for Johanna Attenborough at gate 3. Long way to go for her.
967 at the last obstacle number 8, and the total result finally downward at the marathon 105.03.
That's the team from KSA, RSA I should say, Wayne van Niekerk. Overnight, 9th place.
Autoritair zo dus op de mooie tweede plaats en in de marathon en op de marathon en de dressuur. Lennart Rijssen kan terugzien op een zeer geslaagde dag.
Just going to go off air for about 3 minutes just to sort a problem out this end. Be right back with you.
Starten omgekeerd aan het resultaat van de dressuur. De beste start hier als de laatste dressuur gewonnen door Lars Swieten uit Duitsland. 40.47. Zal dus als laatste hier verschijnen voordat de wielerspannen in actie komen. Die zijn er nu nog hiernaast.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, es geht weiter, wenn wir beim Deutschlandfahrer ist die Stadt nach Dörfer. Deutschland hat da sehr viel absolviert und das sage ich, eine neue Topzeit. Dort gibt es halt dann eine Aufgabe mit einem, kann man die Produkte haben, eine neue Bestmarke. New Topzeit, New Topscore.
Ja, zo werkt het zeer snel. Dit is nummer 1. Ja, dat klopt wel. Wat op Johanna Attenborough Great Britain. Het afsluitende vol. Twee prachtige paarden, red in kleur. Morgen spannend.
Hij moest nog vaak denken, zit je aan Spanje.
En Joanna Verbruikerstem. Niet het hoogste tempo in de ring wordt hier. Maar wel heel geconcentreerd aan het werk. Jimmy Carter achter op de mantelbanen. Dat is de Joanna Attenborough hier op een goede manier door het water. Sorry dan even terug op de rol. Dan het diepste puntje opzoeken in het water. Zo heel diep is het niet, maar energie werken van de paarden. En u ziet daar Jamie wijzen, daar moet ze naartoe. Heel belangrijk dat werk van die bloems in zo'n wedstrijd.
Crowds really starting to accumulate around the obstacles here. Joanna Attenborough for Great Britain at obstacle 4.
And the time is 73.31. De inzet 31. 1 minuut 13, 31 zo.
Whilst we were off air, we had a new quickest time at the first obstacle for Germany. Arndt Lorcher, 51.27. Arndt Lorcher, who overnight were in 7th place, 50.73. Tristan Verheyden for the Netherlands. Current leader, Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands, 1:58.69, and also the quickest time on the marathon, because that total score included the penalties from the dressage, and his time on the marathon, 1:02.23. Are we going to see 100 beaten, 100 on the marathon course pit today? 1:02.23, quickest time so far on the marathon. Total score 1:58.69. Current leader Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands. Saskia van Heesch for the Netherlands. That's obstacle 3. Looking for E. Interesting how she came out again. We've seen every course that we have seen, and 52.35 for Saskia van Heesch. But every time, every obstacle, we've seen all sorts of different routes taken. It's absolutely fascinating. If you're not familiar with the sport, you get an opportunity to visit this wonderful place here at Driving at Valkenswaard International, or some of the other international marathons. Because the routes, when you're actually driving 2 or perhaps 4 horses that we're going to be seeing later, because it's the same route. It's just incredible how many different routes there are. And look at the way Arndt Lorcher is scorching round the second obstacle, and that was only 0.3 of a second outside the best time for the German.
En hier met de paarden Colonnella 1 en met Sir D'Artano.
In fact, that was the second quickest time, 41.67 for Arndt Lorcher for Germany. So he's got the quickest time at the first gate, the first obstacle. He's second quickest at the second obstacle. Are we going to see pressure put on current leader Stan van Eyck? Joanna Attenborough at obstacle 5.
They're still good on track and very fast also on obstacle number 2 with 41.67 seconds.
Daar is de zeer snelle.
Just looking at some of the scores, Philip Kint of Belgium at the 5th obstacle had 20 penalties, as did Saskia van Heesch at obstacle 2. You can see some of the driving teams towards the top of your screen, covering the wonderful grounds here at the CEA, at the DVI, the Driving Valkenswaard International, about half an hour from Eindhoven, just a few kilometres away from the Belgian border, and that is Erik Kouwenberg for the Netherlands. And now on your screen, Saskia Van Esch, also for the Netherlands, on her way to obstacle 4, having had a disappointing 20 penalties at obstacle 2. In 8th place overnight, Saskia Van Esch.
Maar ze doen het goed en het is goed hard voor
Smooth but not the quickest through obstacle 4 for Saskia Van Esch for the Netherlands.
And the new top time, Hamburger, Germany, also very fast in obstacle number 3, ladies and gentlemen, with 40.7. Second, the 3rd place for Hamburger.
Wayne van der Kook for South Africa.
Fast, quick, successful. The 1st place in obstacle number 1 so far, the 2nd in 2 and the 3rd in 3. And now we are looking for the N4.
.11 seconds outside the quickest time for Wayne for South Africa. That was obstacle 7. Mum's taxi, dad's taxi, grandpa's taxi. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that. Look at this beautiful day here at the DVI. Francesco Aletti Montana for Italy. Overnight in 6th place, dressage score 50.67. 50.67 dressage score for the Italian. 50.67 dressage score at the first gate. Disappointing first gate. 69.63, which is nearly 20 seconds off the fastest time set by Arndt Lorcher for Germany, who's still on the course. But we now have a new driver, Erik Kouwenberg for the Netherlands, into the top 5. We've now got the top 5 in the pairs at the 3-star DVI here. Overnight in 5th place, 50.44 dressage for the Netherlands, Erik Kouwenberg. Top 5 now at the pairs here in Valkenswaard. And this, of course, is the marathon day. They've all got to compete tomorrow for the cones. The pairs did the marathon on Thursday, the 4-in-hand in the rain yesterday, the teams of 4. And they'll be following on straight after the last of our pairs go, and that will be Lars Feet for Germany, who's the overnight leader after dressage. So Erik Kouwenberg, overnight in 5th. He completes gate 1, 50.44. To remind ourselves that the quickest time at gate 1, 51.27, set by Arndt Lorcher for Germany, who's still on the course. Francesca Aletti Montana for Italy. That's A. And B.
Dan zal dat snel in de voorgaande is op weg naar een opmars in het klassement. Let's wait and see. Voor Driving Valkenswaard. De atleten is natuurlijk dat ze de groep hier hebben. Van vorige week de Amsterdam. En in het tempo komt de Duitse minuten.
Francesca Aletti Montale, that's who you're watching from Italy. And he's out of gate 3. 35th place, disappointing gate 3 for the Italian. Wayne van Niekerk at his final obstacle. Very quick time. Well, I say that it was 6 seconds off the quickest time, but that is quick through gate 8. Arndt Lorcher, 47.4 at gate 4 we saw just then. That was a very quick time into fourth's quickest time. So he was quickest at the first, second quickest at the second, third at the fourth, and you know where this is going, fourth quickest at the fourth. But that's good times for the German, Arndt Lorcher. Joanna Attenborough. Jamie Coward on the back.
Ja, gaan langs bij onze Belgische stemhouders, maar iedere keer weer kans om een mooi weekend uit te winnen. Weekend naar Limburg, de paarden gewoon meenemen. Op een weekend naar de Veluwe, gaat het wedstrijdformulier. Doe mee, dagelijks nieuwe winnaars. Mooi samenwerkingsverband tussen menopleidingen, Wim de Poorten, Paardensport Capellino, voor alle merkmentuigen, terrasreinigingen en de koetsier, restauratie van koetsen en inrichten van verzamel- en kraamkamers. Zo is het.
Invaluable. The grooms at the back, directing the drivers. There's so much to think about.
Obstacle number 7 now.
Assisting with the weight displacement, assisting with shunting the carriages, the extra 3 millimeters it needs, and that's now just turned right-handed back to the Willie Neeson's bridge. Joanna Attenborough, 1 to go.
Francesco Aletti Montana en die komt aan de directie op een 6e plaats achter de Brussels. The 6th position, the result.
Raymond Letboer for the Netherlands.
Francesco Aletti Montana
The last of the 14 Dutch competitors to come on to the marathon course here in Valkenswaard. Overnight score 47.61 for Raymond Letboer in 4th place, but we're now at the second gate. This is Eric Koenberg, also for the Netherlands.
Obstacle number 4 in the water jump. On the back again.
Obstacle 4. This must be Francesco Aletti. There we go. For Italy. It's all too much for some. The excitement here in Valkenswaard. Look at the surroundings. In the forests of Valkenswaard, just outside Valkenswaard. The tented village, and in the background, that's where the obstacle 2 is in that building, the indoor school, indoor arena. This is Joanna Attenberg. On her final obstacle. Over ninth in 9th with a dressage score of 53.03. Hasn't been the easiest of marathons for Joanna Attenberg for Great Britain. But we'll wait and see where the combination of her scores take us. Erik Kuenberg. He was overnight in 5th place, 50.44 dressage, now at obstacle 3. Oh, well, Erik took a risk there, got away with it, up on 2 wheels. Five seconds or so. 6th quickest time, 42.77 seconds at obstacle 3 for Erik Kuenberg. So, current leader, Stan van Eyck, 1:58.69. He was also the quickest around the marathon, 1:02.23. We've only got about 8 or so competitors to come, some already on the course. There's only 3 more starters. So we've got 6 or 7 on the course. We're down to the last 3. Saskia van Heesch at the penultimate obstacle for Saskia. Overnight leader after the marathon in the DVI pairs is Lars Schmidt for Germany. He'll be the last driver that we see as a pair, that is, on the marathon course. We'll be going straight into the 4 in hand. 23 competitors in the 4 in hand, 43 in the pairs. Come on, team. You saw the bridge on the way in. As they jump off the bridge, like that, keen on the bridge, Saskia's team. But that's okay, successfully negotiated. Sandra Kolik, overnight 3rd position, dressage score 47.55 for Germany. Sandra Kolik, top 3 now on the pairs, commences on the marathon course. Still the leader from some time ago, Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands, 1:58.69. This is looking very good indeed for the German. Look at that time. It's not the quickest, but it's only a 1.5 seconds outside the quickest time. That was a cracking start for the team that was 3rd overnight for Sandra Kolik for Germany. That time of 47 sorry, we haven't got the timing yet, 52 wasn't it, or something like that. It will probably be in the top 3 or 4. So good start for the German, who was overnight into 3rd place. In fact, it was 53.11. My computer's refreshed, and that's in 7th place, believe it or not. So 7th place is 1.5 seconds splitting 7 places at the first obstacle. That shows you the kind of level of competition that we've got here at the DVI. But a good start for the German overnight third-placed Sandra Kolik. Eric Kuenberg, he was 5th overnight. He's now halfway round the marathon course, having completed obstacle 4, the water obstacle next to the VIP. Raymond Lietboer at the third obstacle. Raymond Lietboer with Royal Bergling as his groom on the back. Saskia van Hirsch for the Netherlands. That finishes her campaign, or not quite, but a few seconds to go before she completes the marathon. 8th overnight on that dressage score of 51.68. Just looking at her scores, she's going to struggle to keep that position after the marathon. So, Saskia van Hirsch for the Netherlands. She had that 20 penalties at the second gate. That's going to be costly for her. Current leader, Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands, 158.69 at the moment. No one's getting close, but we're now down to the top 3 or 4. And this is one of the drivers that could take the lead spot. Arndt Lorcher for Germany at the 7th obstacle. He was the quickest at obstacle 1. 2 others he was the 2nd fastest and 1 the 3rd fastest. And overnight 50.73. So 8 penalty points ahead of the current leader, Stan van Eyck, from a dressage point of view. So 8 in penalties in hand. That's the way to get on back onto that bridge. 65.17 seconds, 3.5 seconds off the quickest time. Where will that put Arndt Lorcher for Germany? Still 1 gate to go for them. We're now to the Michael Sellier for France. He was 2nd overnight, dressage score 44.42. Just 3 points behind the leader, Lars Schmidt, who'll be next to go and final to go. And look at that time. It's not very quick. I spoke too soon. 54.47. And we know that only 1.5 seconds split the first 7, so that's going to be somewhere down the leaderboard, that for the overnight 2nd place, Michael Sellier for France. Raymond Lietboer for the Netherlands, currently 4th overnight. At the 4th obstacle, as the crowds start to really gather here at the DVI on this beautiful afternoon in Valkenswaard in Holland. That's he. Weave their way around to the other end to get out. That wasn't as smooth as they wanted. 7 or 8 seconds off, 6 seconds off the pace. still waiting for some confirmations of scores. So, Raymond Ledberg for the Netherlands. Just saw that team, complete the 4th of the 8 marathon obstacles. What a day. What a beautiful place to be. Overnight third at the third obstacle, Sandra Kolik for Germany. Oh, that was tight. Smoothed out what looked like to be a problem, and that's the skill. Raymond Ledberg at obstacle 5.
Competitor for Germany, Sandra Koenig, after the dressage third, with a result of 47.55.
Looking forward to seeing. Oh, the scores have come through. We haven't seen Arndt Lorcher. Arndt Lorcher for Germany has gone into the lead. Arndt Lorcher for Germany has taken the lead. 1:54.52 seconds. Arndt Lorcher, we didn't catch up with him on the screens of his latter part of the course, but Arndt Lorcher, we have a new leader. He was overnight in 7th place, the German driver, on a dressage score of 50.73. He's now in the lead at the marathon stage of the pairs here at the DBI. 1:54.52. Just 6 drivers who could steal that lead away from the German. Michael Sellier for France is one of those 6 drivers. And shortly the overnight leader will be appearing. And the overnight leader, of course, has appeared, and that is Lars Schmidt, and he has done a stunning time. Here he is. Lars Schmidt, so he has to do a stunning time at the first gate. Lars Schmidt, the overnight leader for Germany, dressage score 40.47 seconds. Sorry, 40.47 penalties for Lars Schmidt for Germany. Overnight leader, last on the course of the pairs. That's the overnight leader. He completes the first gate, and waiting for that confirmation of that time. Of course, all the scores that we give you are provisional. They have to be signed off by the grand jury. Now to gate 4, Sandra Kolik. Interesting line, back out of the gate to come back in. A lovely flowing drive from Sandra Kolik for Germany. Can they keep this up? Oh, just a little bit of a second, maybe a second, just not wasted, but just caused a little hiccup there, and he stops the clock. 48.33, 3 seconds off the quickest time. That quickest time was set a long time ago by Wim Halen for Belgium, who was at one stage the leader. He's now in 11th place. Michael Sellier for France, overnight second, and currently the fastest time at gate 2. The time for Lars Schmidt, the current overnight leader after the dressage, was 56.44 at the first obstacle, and that was a slow time, 14th place for the first obstacle. Last obstacle for the Italian, Francesco Aletti Montano. And just to remind the viewers that there'll be no break. We'll be broadcasting straight through to the 4 in hand. We're coming towards the end of the pairs competition, the 43 pairs representing 14 nations here in Holland. And then we go straight into the 23 4 in hands. 8 nations representing the 4 in hands.
Frank is in de 7-jarige afstammeling van de baanbreker ABC.
Eric Kronberg. Suzanne Kronberg on the... Oh! Well, just misjudged the bridge. The most important thing is everybody okay? Eric was literally thrown out of the carriage. Wow, that was a bit breathtaking, but it looked as if it was the wheels of the carriage that hit the bridge. It didn't look as if it was either of the horses, so they look as if they're okay. But heart-stopping moment for the Dutch team of Eric and Suzanne Kronberg. Raymond Letboer for the Netherlands. Now, at the second gate, the overnight leader, Lars Schmidt. He's got some work to do if he wants to maintain that lead. Obstacle 1 in 14th place for the time of 56.44.
De Fransen die hebben de pens meegenomen, joh. De pens aanmoedigen tegen geweldige paarden, KW-penners, waarmee Michael Sellier hier aan de start verzijdt.
Michael Sellier in gate obstacle 4. Et maintenant, I can hear being screamed across the arena. Well, we don't. 44.12. Oh, that's the quickest time. Michael Sellier for France. Overnight second place after dressage gets the quickest time at obstacle 4, which means the first 4 obstacles, Michael Sellier for France has set 2 best times of the day. Let's remind ourselves, Ant Lorcher, current leader, 1:58.52, but there are still several teams on the marathon course. We've got times, and that Michael Sellier run from those first, he was 11th best at the first obstacle, then first, then second, and another quickest time. Is Michael Sellier from France going to go into the lead? Will he be the leader after the marathon? Still a bit of a way to go. Current leader, Ant Lorcher, 1:58.52. Umberto Castelli, the first of the teams of four. Overnight dressage, 74.69. So now things are a bit different. Don't get muddled over the next few minutes whilst we see the remaining pairs. We've got the fours that have started. It's only been done to confuse us. No, seriously, it's been done to keep the entertainment flowing for the public here. And as you would have, if you happened to be listening earlier, we were very fortunate to have a visit into the commentary booth here by the course designer Jeroen Horteman, and he said that a huge amount of the design of this course here in Valkenswaard, at the home of world champion Boyd Excel, multi-winning world champion Boyd Excel, but the key focus was we want to keep the customers, and our visitors engaged and enjoying themselves and seeing action all the time. Eric Kurenberg, after that little drama, it's great to see them in fine fettle. So Stefano Umberto Castelli, the first four in hand, has arrived on the marathon course. Raymond Letbo, one of the final pairs. He was overnight in fourth place. Dressage of 47.61. One obstacle to go after this one. Current leader, Ant Lorcher. He's back in the clubhouse, 1:58.52.
Superscore bij de dressuur. Percentage lag op 74,7%. En dat is gewoon geplaatst in de 4,7%. En dat is heel laag. Dat moet weg.
69.73, 8 seconds off the quickest time. Michael Sellier already with two fastest times from the first four gates for France, putting pressure on the leader. He was second overnight. Lars Fit is not having a good marathon. Overnight leader, he has been Lars Fit 14th, 16th and 17th. Lars Fit is going to have to seriously improve the performance out of the marathon course to remain that privileged position, that dressage of 40.47 that got him as overnight leader. Current leader in the clubhouse, Ant Lorcher for Germany, 1:58.52. The way things are going, he looks as if he is going to be in the top three going into the cones tomorrow. Nadine Schmidt on the back of Lars's carriage. I can just see Raymond Letber at the 8th obstacle, and this is the 7th. Sorry, this is the 2nd obstacle, and this is the 4 in hand. We're remaining with the pairs. There's already 2 4 in hands on the course. We've got a very quick time from Han Huys for the Netherlands for the 4 in hand. He was 2nd to go. That's obstacle 1, 71.24. But we're sticking to run out to see what happens to the top 4 at the pairs. A lot of shouting, a lot of screaming. Not going to make the 55.96. Gallops past my window, stops the clock at 62.47. Raymond Litbert for the Netherlands completes his campaign on the marathon. Day to go, it's cones tomorrow. Waiting for some accumulations of scores. Largewell overnight leader, disappointing start so far for the
Kommt noch einer bei dem, glaube ich, vorbei. Der am Hügel ist, das ist der letzte. Von den 2 Sternern halt.
Large fit looking for an improvement from the first 3 obstacles. 14th, 16th, 17th, and in fact 15th at the 4th obstacle. So he's surely not going to maintain that overnight lead after dressage. Great shot of going up to gate F on the 5th hill. That looks like Harry Stroker for the Netherlands. No, it's not. It's Stefano Umberto Castelli on to the 3rd gate, the 4 in hands. 23 forward for the 4 in hands. The man that was in 23rd place, the 74.69 dressage overnight for Italy. Raymond Letber has gone into 3rd place in the pairs, 158.82, 0.3 of a second behind the current leader, Arndt Lorcher. Raymond Letber for the Netherlands goes into 3rd place, I should say, in the pairs. 2nd place, Stan Van Eyck at the moment, 158.69. So, what, 0.3 or 0.4 of a second splitting the top 3 drivers in the pairs at the moment at the end of the marathon. Current leader, Arndt Lorcher, 158.52, and he's been home a long time. Michael Sellier for France, overnight in 2nd place at gate 6. Michael Zellier for France, looking to improve on his performances of the 11th and the 4th, because he had 2, as you know, quickest times, and that was at the 2nd and 4th gates. and he was a 46.91 there at gate 6. It was a very quick time, but it was in third, and the penalty points are down to tenths. They're splitting the first and third places here at the moment. Every second counts.
We are waiting for the competitor from Italy, Stefano Castelli.
Three pairs still on the course, the rest home.
En er wordt de partij aangeboden door Groene Groep, Veldhoven, Grondwerk, Slotwerk en Wegenbouw. Groene Groep.
Genau, danke. Vom Anruf für Eike. Der macht erst das und dann kommt das
Last feet for Germany. Gate 6.
En dan is die in aantal Stefano Castelli. Kijk wat een eerste tijd gaat optreden in de laatste partij. En is de eerste vierslag hier.
Overnight leader is in the teens on each of the obstacles so far, the first 5. Great dressage score of 40.47, but that's not going to be enough to keep him in that #1 spot after the marathon, the way things are looking at the moment. But then I've been wrong before, often in fact. And another comparatively slow run for the overnight leader. That was in gate 6, and that was the 14th quickest time. Now we're seeing Stefano Umberto Castelli from Italy with his team of 4. Look at the crowds now gathering to watch the teams of 4 go through obstacle 4. Paola Santabrogio and Clara Poli on the back for Stefano. And that's the first man with the team of 4 through gate 4, through obstacle 4. Well, we've got a crescendo in the pairs. We're waiting for that. Looks like Michael Sellier to me. He is going very well indeed. Obstacle 7, and the way Michael Sellier is going, we surely going to be in the top 3. Current leader 158.52, Art Laucher. Some great runs from the Frenchman. 2 quickests, a second quickest, a third quickest and a 4th quickest so far from the man who overnight was in 2nd place after dressage on 44.42. And you can hear the encouragement. Look at the way he took that gate. Oh! Almost too good. It's not going to be a very quick time. This is not going to be one of his better gates. He knows it. Great pair. Over the bridge, looks back at the clock. And that was the 10th quickest, 70.63. In fact, that was one of the worst performances of Maxelia, comparatively speaking, to the way he's been going, which is very, very well indeed on this course. Hans Hus for the Netherlands, driver number 2. He's had a quickest time of 59.51 at the 3rd gate. We will focus on the forward hand, but we're right at the crux of the last three now on the course for the pairs, and it's a real battle. It's a battle between Germany and France at the moment, Netherlands also, but it's looking like Germany and France. Of course, we've got the cones to come. That's tomorrow. Oh, shit.
That's with the Germany. That's obstacle number 7 now.
Arndt Laurcher, current leader, 158.52 for Germany. In second place, Stan van Eyck for the Netherlands. What a drive from him, 158.69. I say that because he was a long time ago. And we go in the reverse order. And in third at the moment, Raymond Letbeer for the Netherlands, 158.82. And I don't think Lars Schmidt is going to be troubling those three at the moment, looking at some of the obstacle times. So we're just waiting for Michael Sellier for France, his score, and Lars Schmidt's score. Those are the two scores that we're waiting for from the pairs, and then we can give you the final result of the pairs before the cones. That's after two disciplines. Currently we're watching Harry Strutke for the Netherlands, 58.74 at the second gate. They're at the third gate at the moment. The quickest time so far from the first three drivers at the second gate, Harry Strutke for the Netherlands, 58.74. Second fastest at gate 3 that you've just seen, the water bridge. Let's just go back to Michael Sellier for France, because this man is in line to take the lead. We won't know until he crosses the line, and we won't know until the clock stops. Oh, a stumble over the bridge from one of his horses, but look, got up quickly, just a small stumble. He's going to have to go some. 55.96 is the best time so far. He's going to be about 5 seconds over that time. 5 or 6 seconds. He's about 5 seconds over the time. 61.03. Where does that put Michael Sellier? He's the new leader. 148.78. Michael Sellier for France goes into the lead in the pairs. 148.78 seconds. Michael Sellier for France into the lead, and that will surely be the overnight leader going into the cones. In second place at the moment, Arndt Laurcher, and in third at the moment, Stan van Eyck, by my reckoning, in the pairs. But we do still have the overnight leader after dressage, Lars Schmidt, on the course. We're watching. I think that is Hans Huys going up to gate 5. Bearing in mind, this is double the horses. Look at this control from the Dutchman. Sit back. Real control. What a super spectacle that is. So, Michael Sellier for France. He was overnight in the dressage in the pairs in second place. He's gone into first place at the moment. Lars Schmidt is on the. Lars Schmidt is actually still on the course, but I don't see that he can actually beat Michael Sellier. Now we're watching Rob Lomas, overnight 20th in the forward hand, 64.3. His dressage score. There's been a corrective time. There's been a corrective score. This is very, very important. A corrective score of Michael Sellier. My computer's flashed up. He's still in the first place, but he had 2 penalties at the final obstacle. That information has just been fed to the computers here in Valkenswaard. 150.78, but he is still in first place with Lars Fit on the course.
En de aantal die geven zomaar op die maanden door die zette door. Die moeten ze van de nog even aan water nog een keer in. Kost allemaal wat meer tijd. Snelste tijd gaat het niet worden, maar dat maakt niet uit. Goed de wedstrijd aanrijden, dat is belangrijk, dames en heren. Door olympische gedachten.
Lars Fit, this is the man, overnight leader, the last pair on the DVI course here at the Driving Valkenswaard International 3-star Marathon Day here in Valkenswaard. He stops the clock 6 to 7 seconds outside the fastest time. That surely is not going to be enough to continue in the lead. No, it's not. We've got the leader. That puts Lars Fit into second place. 152.95 into second place goes the overnight leader, and the lead has been stolen by Frenchman Michael Sellier for France. He goes into the cones in first place. So the result of the pairs after the dressage and the marathon here at the Driving Valkenswaard International. In first place, Michael Sellier for France, 150.78. In second, Lars Fit for Germany, overnight leader after dressage, now in second place, 152.95. And in third place, 158.52, Arndt Lorcher for Germany. So we have France, Germany. Those are the top 3.
Met zijn paarden Carino, met Philip, met Nemo en met Lorenz. Nemo is een Holsteiner van Narrow. Philip een 12-jarige Deense van Engels.
Right, that's the final result of the pairs, or after the marathon, after the dressage and the marathon. So those are the results that go overnight. They are provisional scores. Good view there of the third obstacle with the water coming down. We haven't been able to pick that up very easily on the cameras, but now you can see they're made to get wet. Actually, in this weather, it's probably very refreshing. Don't worry about the laundry.
Wat ziet het er allemaal mooi uit? Wat is er een aandacht aan de details besteed dit jaar bij de tweede editie pas van Driving Valkenswaard International, waar we te gast zijn bij de wereldkampioen Forehand Bart Axel. En het wordt mooier en mooier hier in Valkenswaard.
Well, as we get underway with the forehand, a very, very exciting pairs competition. We've still got the cones to come, but it's been a fantastic day for the pairs here at the DVI, the Driving Valkenswaard International. Well, I'm sitting in the commentary point. We've now got the forehand underway. As you can see, they're making nothing of the course so far. What a great run from Harry Stroker that was for the Netherlands over the fifth obstacle. But I've just been joined by Cindy Timmer. Cindy Timmer, who's just walked into the commentary box, and Cindy's job here has been show secretary, and basically the show secretary ends up with all the jobs in the world, don't they, Cindy?
Yes, we usually do.
And this has been the most tremendous couple of days so far. You must be delighted.
I'm very happy, especially when I see all these spectators who all came to Valkenswaard to come and watch this great competition, which I think is one of the highlights of the outdoor driving season.
And this is only the second year. Did you imagine it being this big so quickly?
Well, We really did our best last year, and we put down a very good first inaugural edition of Driving Valkenswaard International. And we actually made it even more difficult for ourselves to top it, actually. But I think we've done a great job. And well, looking at the improvements that we made already in the routing for the spectators, amongst others, we have been able to attract way more sponsors, and the organisation, the whole crew, is more experienced now, which makes things go even smoother, which is fantastic to work with, really.
Did you expect to have 14? I mean, you've got 14 nations here from all over the world. I mean, that is, I mean, quite honestly, we're talking sort of World Championship type of drive.
Yeah, we do, actually. And actually, we started off with some more nations, but unfortunately, we had some last-minute withdrawals of people who were representing the nation by themselves, like from Argentina and from Austria. But other than that, we are extremely pleased with the numbers that we have, and the quality of the driving here is just fantastic. We really have the top pair and the top four-in-hand drivers. Obviously, Chester Webb and Coaster Ron are competing in Samir, which is run the same weekend, and we do obviously wish them a lot of success, and we hope they will be able to join us next year.
Now, you briefly mentioned the pairs there. We've just come to the end of the second discipline of the pairs. We've got the cones tomorrow. We've got Michael Cellier, who stole the lead from Lars Schwitt overnight. It's very, very close.
Yeah, it's very good, very tight competition, and actually Michael and Lars have been very close to each other a couple of weeks ago at Royal Windsor, and now it's good to see that they're really chasing each other, especially because we have the World Championships coming up in September in Lipica in Slovenia.
Well, Cindy, we're watching the crowds here enjoying themselves, and of course you just don't get better surroundings than this. In fact, Windsor, of course, is beautiful surroundings, but this is very similar. There isn't a castle in the background, but maybe that'll come. But it's absolutely superb. It's so lovely to see, because we had quite a lot of rain yesterday. Actually, that's probably helped, hasn't it? The rain yesterday.
It has helped a bit, because we had a bit of dust before. Unfortunately, the rain was pretty bad yesterday morning, but it went away after a couple of hours, and then it all dried out, and we had a lot of wind. So very good conditions for all competitors, and it's really fantastic to see that the sun is out today, and it will be out tomorrow, and hopefully it will all go well today.
Well, I have to say it's been a real pleasure for myself to be here and witness this, the second year of the DVI. Everyone's been absolutely amazing. The organisation has been very, very slick indeed. I congratulate you, Cindy, on everything that you've done. Of course, you're part of a huge team of people here with Boyd XL hosting this wonderful driving competition. Well, I better get back and find out what these four-in-hand have been doing, and no doubt you've got lots of things to do, haven't you?
I do, yeah. I've already started preparing for tomorrow, so great. That's fine. Thank you.
Well, Cindy, thanks for dropping in. It's great to see you, and good luck. Have a great weekend, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, we're now on to the four-in-hand. 23 drivers, 8 nations. So let's just catch up. It was great to catch up, as I say, with Cindy Timmer, the secretary here at the DVI. And clearly everything is going well according to plan, and they hope that hopefully that will continue. On the course at the moment, the four-in-hands in reverse order from the dressage. 23 competitors. The overnight leader was our host here at this wonderful venue, Boyd XL for Australia. He was the overnight leader. He'll be last to come on the marathon course in the four-in-hand. First on the course was Stefano Umberto Castelli for Italy, overnight 74.69 dressage. Then we've got 3 Dutch starters. Han Huys, 68.61. Harry Stroker, 65.48. Rob Lomas, 64.3. Those are their dressage scores overnight. 20, 21st, 22nd and 23rd place. And for Germany, we've now got on the course rattling round this course. René Pontsen for Germany, 63.06, and he has done the first 3 obstacles. Has René Pontsen, and each of those 3 obstacles, he is currently the fastest at those 3. We've had one completion, Stefano Umberto Castelli. He is completed on 2:47.87. 2:47.87, but for Italy, Stefano Umberto Castelli. So the first to finish, the quickest time so far, of course, being the first to finish, 2:47.87. Edwin van der Graaf on the course as well now for the Netherlands, and Peter de Ronde. You may be familiar with Koos de Ronde if you follow the other, the international driving, and Peter de Ronde, who's not quite so familiar at the World Cups and World Championships as Koos, but Koos, his brother, Peter de Ronde. A great start. The first obstacle, 62.87 into second place. René Pontsen for Germany has got the best time at the first 3 obstacles so far. And here is the man who has been setting Valkenswaard alight. René Pontsen into the 4th obstacle. And just to say that none of the obstacles are changed, it's exactly the same obstacles, the same positioning of all the gates as you have with the pairs. So if you think about how it looked complicated and difficult for the pairs to get round, add a couple of horses on front of that, and that's what we're watching now. And this man has got the first 3 gates, the first 3 obstacles, the quickest time so far. René Pontsen for Germany.
Und was sind die Zeit für René Pontsen aus Deutschland? Wird es die schnellste Zeit? Wird es die schnellste Zeit? Und es wird die schnellste Zeit.
And he's done it again. His 4th consecutive fastest time, 58.32. René Pontsen for Germany. 4 obstacles, 4 quickest times on the board. The man is on fire. Harry Strucker for the Netherlands. He's also completed 5 and 6. He's at 7 now. 5 and 6. He's the quickest time. That'll be interesting to see what René Pontsen does with those 2 gates. They're coming up for him now. Harry Strucker at obstacle 7.
Dus helaas aan de schijf. Die kwam zitten in de nummer 3. Kan gebeuren. We dachten al wat duurt het lang voordat het hier is. Maar moest de strijd staken. Maar mooi is, volgend jaar is er weer Driving Valkenswaard International.
There has been the Van der Graaf, Netherlands, ladies and gentlemen, after the first 3 of the
Harry Strucker overnight, 65.48 his dressage.
2.24, the second, and with
And that's the quickest time so far. Another quick time from Harry Strucker. 23 point. Well, I don't think that time's right, but it says it's in the first position. I'm not going to say any more about the time through gate 7 because I don't think the time on the automated system looks right. That'll be corrected, I'm sure, in a few moments' time.
7 seconds, the second place in the first obstacle so far for Peter de Ronde, Netherlands.
En via clipbarhorse.tv, dames en heren, kan de hele wereld meekijken met de Driving Valkenswaard International top 10 van Clipbarhorse en alles uit. Vandaag de marathon, morgen de vaderheid en ongetwijfeld ook de prijsuitreiking op zondag.
A new 4 in hand on the course for France. Maxime Maricourt, 16th, 60.82. 16th was her overnight position after the dressage yesterday. These guys were doing the dressage in warm but very wet conditions. Maxime Maricourt comes out of obstacle 1. Pauline Louis and Jacelyn on the back. That's a good shot of the four-in-hand coming up. Obstacle 5. Ren Nipponsen yet to be beaten on time at the first 4 obstacles. And look at that time, 69. He's taken 12 seconds. Ren Nipponsen for Germany has taken 12 seconds of the previous best time for the four-in-hand at the 5th obstacle. So 5 consecutive obstacles, the quickest time set by the German. Edwin van der Graaf for the Netherlands. Harry Strucker at the final obstacle. That's in front of me here. I can just see, watching Harry Strucker going through obstacle 8, the course designer Jeroen Hoeteman, who might come in to have a quick word with us to see how things are getting underway with the four-in-hand. Glorious, glorious day here in Valkenswaard. Edwin van der Graaf, he has toppled the top time for Rennie Poulsen at the 4th obstacle. He's got the quickest time there, Edwin van der Graaf, 55.27. Well, I'm very pleased to see Jeroen Hoeteman, the course designer, has just popped in to see me here at the commentary booth. We're right next to obstacle 8. We're well in and we've got now 1, 2, 3, 7 or 8 four-in-hands on the course. Jeroen, what a beautiful day.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's a challenging marathon for everyone. Unfortunately, Rob Lommers was a little bit of long in obstacle 3, but yet that's part of the game.
Well, the crowds are turning up. They've got everything to see they want to see. Your designing of the course, it's flowing very well indeed, and it's all, you must be a very happy man.
Yes, I'm a happy man, and it's always difficult to get a challenging course, and you have to give them something new, and that's what we try at DVI.
Right. We've just started the four-in-hands. It's quite incredible how they are negotiating the same course as the pairs. You know, there's a lot more of them.
yeah, there's a lot more of them. But I think they will have to make the choice to get a little bit longer way in the obstacles, and that's good. There are more ways to go from A, B, and C, and if they are smart, they take the long way. Some of them.
And the ground is looking fantastic.
Yeah, that's why we had a lot of rain yesterday, but now we are lucky that we have the rain yesterday, because now the footing keeps well in condition, in good condition.
Great. We've just, Cindy Timmer, the show secretary, DVI secretary, came in to see us a few moments ago. She was just saying she's delighted with the people turning up here. It's obviously only the second year, so it's very difficult to attract, but you've got 14 nations competing and you've got a lot of people here.
Yes, and that's what we want. We want to go for quality. Just quality, we have to do for quality, and they have to make the choice where they go, where they want to drive, but I think DVI is quality.
Right. Well, we're here at the DVI, the Driving Valkenswaard International, and Jeroen, thank you very much indeed, and many congratulations on the design of the course. It's great.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Yes, the same.
Thank you. Edwin van der Graaf already set a best time at the 4th obstacle, 55.27. Now we're in the set. This looks like Maxime Méricourt. It is indeed for France. Overnight 60.82.
Zesde op het nationaal kampioenschap in Horst dit jaar. Halveert hier het terrein op van in de nummer 4 gaat ook weer door de groene groep. Het tempo zit er voor Peter meteen al in. Stanley en Patrick zijn de goals. En een mooie galopade voor de middagarts Zwart-Waal. Jong deelname aan de wereldkampioenschappen in Breda afgelopen jaar.
Peter de Ronde for the Netherlands.
En Peter gaat zeer goed.
First 3 obstacles, he's here at the 4th, the water. The first 3, the second quickest time at all 3. René Ponsen, the quickest at the 6th obstacle, in the clubhouse now. Hans Hoes for the Netherlands. He's the current leader, Hans Hoes for the Netherlands, 2:14.97. That's a complete score, penalty score, 2:14.97. Current leader, Hans Hoes for the Netherlands. That was a very, very quick time from Peter de Ronde. 49.01 seconds. Peter de Ronde at the 4th obstacle. That's the quickest so far, and the first time that we have seen 50 seconds broken on that obstacle with the 4 in hand. Four in hand, of course, slower than the pairs for obvious reasons. Well, not as quick, perhaps, is a better way of describing it. Maxime Maricourt approaching obstacle 3. The course designer Sharon Hutterman saying that there's all the different options that are available to drivers, they're all being used, which is a fascinating scenario. There's no obvious quick route, and at this level of driving it's wonderful to see that the top drivers are taking different routes. They feel with their particular team that they've got, they can be more slick around a certain direction or bends and turns.
Zo dadelijk Maxime Maricourt uit Frankrijk, die dus op 16e stond, exact dezelfde score als die Peter de Ronde had na de dressuur.
Maxime Maricourt.
82 aan winpunten van Maxime Maricourt.
61.01 into 5th. That was a 5th place result. Peter de Ronde just had a brilliant 4th obstacle. Now at the hill, what can he make of that? Gate C, left-handed to the D gate. Back to E, F gate on top of the hill. Swings out to get an angle to come up that tight turn. Hardly a break as he comes down. Just under 2 seconds. Under a second, in fact. Under a second slower than the quickest time there. So that was a very quick time indeed for Peter de Ronde. 70.47 seconds, the second quickest time at the hill. Now for Great Britain, Daniel Naplus, 59.88 his dressage score, 65.98 at the first obstacle. The quickest at the second, 47.85. We've just had a bit of a scream blip here, so René Ponsen, the man who's having a great run so far. Well, my screen is showing me that René Ponsen is eliminated. Again, this is provisional that comes up on the course. He's still here competing. He shows that he's eliminated, so maybe he missed a gate or something like that, something very simple that has caused him to be eliminated. But the elimination of something like missing a gate, you're enabled, you can stop. You do not have to stop, you can continue the course. Maxime Maricourt at the water.
Het loopt ritmisch, het loopt heel perfect. Kijk wat de tijd gaat worden. Maar Peter de Ronde de snelste tijd heeft 49.01. Maxime Maricourt maintenant. Hele temps,
54.76, 5.5 seconds off the pace.
7600ste seconde. Mooie tijd in de nummer 4 voor de Fransman Maxime Maricourt.
Daniel Approuve for Great Britain at gate 3. 59.88, Daniel's dressage score. Well, it just gets warmer and warmer. 53.18 at obstacle 3 for the Brit. And that puts him into second place, as that screen shows you. That's just after gate 3. Peter de Ronde, the current best performer so far, and Peter de Ronde still on the course. I want to just go talk about René Poinsen. I have the screen in front of me has now removed the elimination caption. Apologies if this is confusing. It is for me too. There was a elimination came up on the René Poinsen for Germany's caption on his line of scores. That has now been removed, so I'm going to work on the presumption that René Poinsen is still scoring. Now we're watching Edwin van der Graaf.
Op de vierspan bij de waterpartij zal zijn het vierspan van Daniel Approuve, Groot-Brittannië. Daniel Approuve for Great Britain at a score of 59.88, place number 15 after the dressage. Daniel Approuve op een 15e plaats na de dressuur, 59,88 aan minpunten. Rijdt met de paarden Dakota met Enrico, Singer, Nova en Victor. Victor is 22 jaar van Ixion. Singer Nora is een liquiedzanger. Dakota is een 9 jaar KW-winner van Pinkster. En Enrico is ook een dakpaard, 8 jaar oud, een zoon van meest.
Edwin van der Graaf completes obstacle 7. He's been second, third, fourth and fifth in a couple of places over the previous 6 obstacles. Now we've got a new starter for Germany, for Germany, René Dwen. 56.69, his dressage score overnight in 13th place. René Poinsen's score in the clubhouse at 185.36. That's a new leader. Ignore the fact that I said he was eliminated earlier. That was the captions that came up on my screen, but he's now on the scoreboard here as the new leader for Germany, the man who really rattled around there. 5 of the 8 obstacles, René Poinsen has been the quickest so far. 185.36 for Germany, new leader René Poinsen.
And it's going to be a wonderful time. En obstacle number 452.16. Second back to 16.
Daniel Naplu just come through. You've just seen him come through obstacle 4, 52.16, the second quickest time through obstacle 4.
Sekunden. Rainer do Germany, but the first obstacle was good time with 62.6 seconds. The second place so far is the first obstacle for Rainer do.
Ik vind nou natuurlijk ook af. Ja, die komen dan, hè. Ben ik ook nog opstaan en hier staat hij nu gewoon achter de. Ik weet wel een beetje wat het is. Ja, ook nog. Maar hun doen jij gewoon.
And that's the perfect example of the atmosphere here at the Driving Valkenswaard International 3-star driving. 14 nations taking part. Absolutely superb. What a day. What competition. Best in the world. Obstacle 3. Water pouring from that bridge. Not totally obvious on the screen, but they get wet a few times. And now it's the Swede, Johan Denk. Overnight 14th, 57.52. 68.07 at the first obstacle, 50.71 at the second, 5th and 4th respectively at those obstacles so far. Also on the grid, Rainer Dwen we saw earlier in the second quickest at the first obstacle, 62.6. 4 of the 23 four-in-hand drivers have completed the course. And the current leader, René Poinsen for Germany, 185.36. And we have 6 four-in-hand drivers on the course. Brilliant concept here by the organising committee to have the making sure that every obstacle basically has a team going around or very close to, so that there's always something for the spectators to watch. The spectators can walk around to all the obstacles without having to cross any of the actual track. Excellently done. Section A, 6.25 kilometres, that's the length of it before they come on to the Section B of the marathon course where the obstacles are. Now we're at obstacle 5. And that looks like Daniel Naplu for Great Britain, and that's the quickest time at obstacle 5, 68.74. Great drive from the Brit at obstacle 5. René Dwen for Germany. If you've just joined us to watch the four-in-hand, something that was started last year at the first year of the DVI here was putting an obstacle on the inside of the indoor arena here. So this is obstacle 2, it's indoors, and there's 12 knockdown balls. Each of the obstacles that are in there, the gates, have got a ball on, and the idea of that is that Jeroen Houteman, the course designer, was telling me, is to make sure people are extra careful, because these of course are not fixed into the ground, they're just sat on top. He didn't want them damaged, so we put a ball on each of them. If you touch one, it costs you 2 penalties. But so far, it's been very smooth, and this is another smooth drive. This is the German, René Dwen. And he finished on 50.33 on the indoor obstacle. That was the 4th quickest. Now, Sebastian Hess for Germany. 55.51 Sebastian Hess. 6 German drivers in the four-in-hand. Sebastian Hess, 55.51 in 12th place overnight. and is out on his way. Sebastian has 64.15 at the first obstacle. That's got him underway. This is the fourth. Johan Denk for Sweden. Look at the control. Absolutely beautiful camera work. The control there of that team going through. That was absolutely, what a brilliant time. 48.63, the quickest time so far through the water obstacle. That's obstacle 4. Johan Denk for Sweden. Current leader for Germany, René Poulsen. And we saw René Poulsen rattle around this course. He's 1:85.36, completed the course. Edwin van der Graaf, currently in second place, 200.27, 200.27. Reynardun for Germany now, through the wall of water. And out. That's the fifth quickest through there. That was obstacle 3, quickest so far. Current leader for Germany, René Poulsen. Peter de Ronde on the final 8th of 8 obstacles. Quickest at obstacle 6, second quickest at 2 others. Will he trouble the current leader, René Poulsen? Have we got a new leader? We won't know until it works. The computers tell us 65.7, his quickest through the 8th. We have a new leader. Peter de Ronde goes into the lead, 181.31. A brilliant drive from the Dutchman. Don't get your feet wet, man. 181.31. Peter de Ronde for the Netherlands goes into the lead. 4 of the 23 drivers in the 4 in hand now completed their marathon course. They've got the cones tomorrow. Current leader Peter de Ronde for the Netherlands.
For Germany, score 56.69.
Weaving his way through the 5-bar gates. Adjacent to the hill of the 5th obstacle.
En voor is present 8th edition, de 9 jaar Aldenburger van de dressuurhengst Wielertans. 13e plaats in Windsor, maar zo bij op wereldkampioenschap in Breda afgelopen jaar. En de mennervinden en inderdaad ook een verdienstelijke 25e plaats in het wereldkampioenschap. De Duitse kampioenschap in Leiden.
Sebastian Hess for Germany. Fourth quickest at the first, 64.15. Overnight dressage score in 12th place.
So, good start for the competitor from Sweden. Vanuit galoppeert hier in een prachtig tempo. Heel de stemmer hier binnen. En wat ziet het dan mooi uit met die fonteinen, dames en heren, die nederig al aan zijn. En de paarden van Arnhem zijn zeer ervaren en ziet er atletisch uit. Voor paarden
looking for F. Now out past the clock. Back to the first obstacle. Wilf Bowman Ripley for Great Britain.
Dan gaan we richting de laatste potjes, richting de finish zijn voor ruim de minuut uitstand. Wordt passeert dit zaak wint 58 seconden. 38 seconden op en dat is de zesde tijd hier.
Rainer Doon at the fourth. I'm just looking because I was expecting to see Fredrik Persson to come in, but I haven't seen him. But maybe we've missed him for the moment. But I was expecting to see Rainer Persson for Sweden. Sebastian Hess on his way to obstacle 3. Oh, that's the first time that I have been aware. Of course, we don't see every horse and every obstacle. Sebastian Hess is having a problem, the German driver here, and I'm guessing it's the water. There's definitely resistance from his leaders. Well, that's an expensive 20-30 seconds for Sebastian Hess for Germany. No trouble going back out, but he's got to come back round again. That's B. Now he's got to come back through the middle and turn left to C, and then back across the water. Okay, they're familiar with it now. Well done, team of 4.
Dit jaar hartstikke winstafreden, dat zijn de eerste wedstrijden. Meestal worden de internationale deelnemers dit seizoen. Horst de 21e plaats en de Windsor de 14e plaats.
Well, that time, which is going to be over 80 seconds, reflects the resistance from the team. There were no problems. Well, that was a problem, of course, but there's no issues with the obstacles. It was pure resistance from the leaders to go across the water. But once they'd done it once, they were happy. Rainer Doon, yes, Rainer Doon for Germany. Look at that brave exit down the hill at 5. Wonderful spectacle. 69.18. 6 seconds off the quickest time. Sebastian Hess, obstacle 2, had 2 penalties, knocked the ball down. Great shot. Rainer Doon coming down. Off fence 5. Let's get back in control.
And Rainer Doon, obstacle number 5, 69.18 seconds. 69.18. The third.
Great day in the sun here in Valkenswaard.
And your name from Sweden, ladies and gentlemen, is
well,
on track, very good, very fast. So obstacle number 6, 58.8.
I need to correct a couple of things, I think, because this is now saying Wilf Bowman Ripley. We had that caption up before, and I said that I was missing Fredrik Persson for Sweden, and I'm suspecting that it was Fredrik Persson that we saw go through the first obstacle with the caption Wilf Bowman Ripley. So Fredrik Persson is still around. He completed the first obstacle in 63.9. And now for Great Britain, Wilf Bowman Ripley.
The European Championship, ladies and gentlemen, here in Sweden this year in August.
slow. 14 seconds off the pace for the Brit. They'll be disappointed about that. 7 obstacles to go for Wilf Bowman Ripley. Bit of time to make it up, but that's a lot of time to make up. Sebastian Hess.
Die dus op een 12e plaats stond na de dressuur. 54-63 is de score voor Sebastian Hess. Place number 12 after the first.
In front of the VIP, as you can just see, top of the screens. A raised VIP area at the end of the indoor menage. All been built since Boyd Excel moved here less than 3 years ago. Daniel Napru, the second Great Britain driver on the course at the moment. Quickest at the 7th obstacle, Daniel Napru. And the 7th and the 2nd. Can he repeat that at 8? The current leader, Peter de Ronde, 181.31. Can Daniel Napru for Great Britain? Former stunt rider, now an international top driving man. And that's it, he's out. 0.24 of a second outside the quickest time, so that's the second quickest time we have seen. So Daniel Napru completes on 181.79. He goes into second place. Daniel Napru for Great Britain, 181.79. So it's half a point, basically half a point behind the current leader, Peter de Ronde, 181.31. Great drive from Daniel Napru for Great Britain. Rainer Doon for Germany. In the top 2 or 3 or 4 in each of the obstacles. Obstacle 7 with Johan Degg from Sweden. He's just got the quickest time. The times are getting quicker and quicker here in Valkenswaard. That's the 3rd quickest time that the Swede has posted at the first 7 gates. 1 gate to go for Johan Degg for the Sweden. Sebastian Hess, 69.55, 4th quickest at obstacle 5. Picked up 2 penalties at the 2nd obstacle. Now we're indoors with Wilf Bowman Ripley. 10th overnight, Wilf Bowman Ripley. So we're in the top 10 from the 20 of the 23 competitors that have come forward for the 4 in hand. 23 competitors, 8 nations, 14 nations in the pairs, but 8 nations from the 23 competitors in the 4 in hand. Very smooth from Wilf Bowman Ripley for Great Britain. Long way to go. Now he's got to go right-handed out through the gate for the clock to stop. The lady standing there with the flag. It stops. Back to the beginning. To first obstacle. Mark Wusthof for the Netherlands. in 9th place overnight. 52.68 is dressage score. René Punsen set the quickest time in the first obstacle of 59.75. Mark Wusthof for the Netherlands 62.18, the second quickest time of the day in the four in hand at the first challenge. One of the legends of the sport from Sweden, Fredrik Persson. Been a member of the Swedish teams at World Championships for the last 15 years. Fredrik Persson. Fredrik Persson looking for the quick times. He was overnight in 11th place of 54.63 for dressage. He's not been the quickest through any of the gates yet, and he won't be at this one, but he is only 3 seconds or so, just over 3 seconds outside the time. Where are we? We're at obstacle 3. Great Britain's Wilf Bowman Ripley. New leader. There's a new leader. Johan Deng for Sweden. 177.08 has just nudged Peter de Ronde for our host, the Dutch, into second. 181.31. 177.08 for Johan Deng for Sweden. Mark Wusthof for the Netherlands picked up 2 penalties in the first gate. That's the shot we want. Over the road you've got the home of show jumper Jan Tots, and what you're seeing here with the tents and all this area with the big schools on the right hand side, this is Boyd Excel's venue, and that's where we are watching this amazing competition. Lovely drone shots of this wonderful, wonderful setup here that the world champion, multi-winning world champion Boyd Excel has set up here for the world of driving. The second year of the Driving Valkenswaard International 3-star driving, and I think we'll be seeing an awful lot more competitions at this venue. Beautifully positioned in one of the most beautiful parts of Europe. Obstacle 5 for the Swede, Persson.
We benaderen de top 10 naar de dressuur, dames en heren, want Wilf Bowman Ripley uit Groot-Brittannië stond 10e naar de dressuur, scoorde 33,03. En heeft met de paarden de Lasco weer met de toontje.
Now the E-gate coming towards us. Just the F-gate on top of the hill. Well, it looks like we're going back to the beginning. This looks like a Belgian driver, Dries de Griek. Overnight in 8th place, 52.38. 52.38. Dries de Griek for Belgium. Current leader Johan Deng for Sweden. Stops the clock at 68.38, the Belgian driver, at the first obstacle.
En de tempo zit er redelijk goed in, maar gaat er de toptijd opleveren? Dat zullen we zien. Op de snelste tijd hier is toch die tijd van 48,63 seconden.
Very tight in all these gates, of course. There is just a few, not many centimetres. We've got an issue with the horses got either side of part of obstacle 4. It's Wolf, Bowman, Ripley. They're going to have to get into the water and assist the unravelling of that. You can see how easy that kind of situation can happen. It's no harm done to the horses, but it's so easy to happen. They're coming round the corners, they're looking for the gaps, and you never know. One horse might think, do I want to go, does he want me to go that way or that way? And if the horses think differently, that's what can happen.
En zo is dat absoluut de slag voor de man uit Groot-Brittannië. Welkom, Rudy.
Right. Disappointing for the Brits, but no harm done, except a few wet legs, and I'm not talking about the horses.
Maar hier in Nederland zijn we dan sportief, dames en heren. Wij geven een geweldig applaus. Welkom, Rudy, Great Britain.
Well, a smooth run for the Brit up until then. They've been disappointed with that, but no harm done, and that's the most important thing. A few wet socks.
And Mark Wyckoff, ladies and gentlemen, from the Netherlands, marked the first and the second obstacle yet, and he was not a lucky guy in the first because of one fall down, so 2.4 there for this, 62.18 seconds, and much better than obstacle number 2 with 6.85 seconds. The result for Mark Wyckoff, Netherlands, and the second obstacle.
Bit of tack adjustment. And there is a great deal of equipment that's involved in the tack for the horses, with all the horses, but with the 4 in hand. In fact, there was a good shot at the back of that carriage of the compartments with a few spares, basically. Beautiful day, a lot to enjoy. We're down to the top 10 drivers. Tenth overnight was Wilf Bowman Ripley. On the course, we've also got overnight 8th place, the Dries de Grieg for Belgium. Current leader is Swedish driver Johan Denk for Sweden, and now in the, I mean, that says Mark Wusterhoff. That may be a replay. I will stand to be corrected. I've got Mark down already scored 4. The second obstacle for Mark, but Sebastian Hess on his way home. 7 completed, just this obstacle to negotiate.
Dit zijn korte lijnen hoor, dit zijn prima lijnen en dan mag u een handje helpen. Laat zien, daar gaat die Mark Wusterhoff en dan gaat die tijd komen deze top tijd, de snelste tijd, 48,03. 48.03. Very, very fast. Mark Westhoff for the Netherlands.
Well, indeed, I've just heard over the announcer across the showground here that Mark Westhoff, in fact, that wasn't him in the arena, in the indoor menage. He's just completed the 4th obstacle. That's the water obstacle next to the VIP in the dressage and cones arena, and he's just completed that. And the quickest time to date, Mark Westhoff, the Netherlands, 48.03. So Mark Westhoff, great run at the 4th, the water. Wilf Bowman Ripley's had a few issues in the 4th obstacle with the tack, which we saw him then repairing. Rattles down that hill. Gives you an indication of the height and the steepness. Watch the horses come down there with absolutely relaxed and enjoying it. Look at that. Absolutely super shot of the Brit. Back at the same obstacle. This is obstacle 5. Mark Westhoff, who's just set a new quickest time at the previous, the water. I think that time to beat may not be correct, 34.74. Might just be a glitch in the system, that 34.74. And in fact, it's just changed to 63.7. Mark Westhoff really settling in. Look at the speed he's come down there. Acted as if the hill wasn't there at all. What a superb drive from the Dutch driver into second in terms of the time for the 5th obstacle. The current quickest time for the 4 in hand at the 5th obstacle is the current leader for Sweden, Johan Denga, 63.7, but that was a 64.2 drive from Westhoff for the Netherlands. Very quick indeed. Fredrik Persson for Sweden, obstacle 7.
And we take a look on obstacle number 7 now, Fredrik Persson from Sweden there. Obstacle number 7.
I'm just looking at my screens. I see that the great German driver George von Steen, he's already on the course. I don't think we've seen him, as Fredrik Persson just has a little bit of a miscommunication there. George von Steen, he's set a new time at the first. It is an incredible time of 57.31, and I'm just getting that reading from my computer, and this might well be the German driver in obstacle 2. I'm gambling. It's George von Steen, the man who's synonymous with the world of driving over the last decade or more. World Championships, World Cups. One of the flagship drivers for the German driving scene. German champion in 2011 and in 14. Overnight dressage score of 49.97, broke that 50 mark into 7th place. Current leader Boyd XL, who George von Steen would know very well indeed, competes against Boyd all over the world. He's currently on just over 32 points, Boyd XL, let's be more exact. 32. Let's just get that score for you. Boyd Excel, his dressage score 32.38. George von Steen completes the second obstacle. That's the one inside the menage. The quickest time again of the day, 45.96. George von Steen for Germany, first 2 of the 8 obstacles, has gone quickest of those 2 so far in the 4-in-hand.
Luisteren goed op de stemmen direct reactie. En dan denk ik dat er een hele mooie tijd krijgt. Wordt niet zo'n Ricard-Dempje. Wat wordt die tijd op de vaste partij? En nog even aanmoedigen mensen. Nog even laten horen dat u achter hem staat. Zo is het.
Dries de Greek for Belgium. 7 seconds off the quickest time through the 4th obstacle.
Good on track also in obstacle number 5 with a 64.20 seconds for second place, and this obstacle format.
Great crowds, great fun, great enjoyment, great family day out. An exciting sport. Current leader still Johan Denk for Sweden, but something tells me that's going to be short-lived, the way German legend George von Steen is getting underway. He's taken seconds off each of the first 2 obstacles, the best times so far. And this is the same man I'm talking about at obstacle 3. Let's look at the time. In the lead, that looked like the top score to me. It is indeed 46.44. The German George von Steen has now completed 3 of the 8 obstacles. He's got the fastest time for each of those first 3. Surely, if he keeps up this pace, we're going to be getting a new leader. Pressure on the 6 drivers above George von Steen from the dressage overnight. As we watch Frederick Persson just complete obstacle 8. Very quick time indeed. He's got the quickest time, 61.76. And we've got a new leader. Frederick Persson for Sweden has knocked off fellow countryman Johan Denk. New leader, Frederick Persson for Sweden, 175.91. Just going to go off air for a couple of minutes. We'll be right back.
Die weer nationaal kampioen wist te worden in 2016 in Leiden. Ook nationaal kampioenschap wist te winnen in Riesenbeck 2014. Ook op grote evenementen zoals wereldkampioenschappen, medailles. Jan van Stijn maakte de winnaar van het bronzen team op de wereldkampioenschappen vorig jaar in Breda. Hij won zilver met het Duitse team in Aken. Zeer ervaren, derde in Windsor dit jaar, 18e in Horst en in Gothenburg in de finale indoor een 7e plaats. En er komt daar Georg von Steen, voor Duitsland. Ja.
Yeah, Georg von Steen is also with his team partner Johan Denk from Sweden on the third place in the both Spanish team of 17 here in Valkenswaard, 4-in-hand, and now he's coming in obstacle number 10.
Georg von Steen, zeer snel, meine Damen und Herren. Dan loopt weer Valkenswaard Rijn. En dat mag dus van alle kanten op. Spectaculair. Kijk die groenzaak. Nicolai en Sven, die doen superwerk. Sven die zit als het ware in het water, heeft de zwemmotor. En dit is een korte wending. Dit gaat de top 10. Kijk naar dat gezicht van Georg. Je kunt de spanning ervan aflezen, de geconcentreerdheid. Ook is dat immer zeer snel, meine Damen und Herren. Was wird jetzt uitbeelden hier in de Winterstad 4? En Moederman, daar gaat hij.
We're back, and there's nothing stopping the German. He didn't get the quickest time at the fourth obstacle, but he's achieved it at the first three. Pressure, as I say, on the drivers above George von Steen. He was 7th overnight on a dressage score of 49.97, and this man means business. Mark Wessoff. Obstacle 7. Quickest at obstacle 4. And that was the time that George von Steen couldn't beat.
Thank you, and sitting, ladies and gentlemen. 2 Belgian drivers are on track, are on the course.
Started now, we've had Edward Simonet for Belgium, one of the leading riders, the leading driver for Belgium, Edward Simonet. He's been through the first obstacle in 60.84, that's in 3rd place, and just before him was his fellow team member, Glenn Geertz. He's been through the first 2, 5th best on both of those, 62.46, 48.27. Glenn Geertz at the 3rd obstacle. And that's a route that we've not seen used a great deal. And he's going to stop the clock, not very fast off the fastest time, but just under a second. In fact, the 2nd fastest Glenn Geertz for Belgium at the obstacle 3. George von Steen, he's the man that holds the quickest time at 3, also 2 and 1. What can he do at 5? Because this is the kind of obstacle that this German would relish. Up to E. Now he's got to get back to F, and as we now know, that's up the big hill. Where there he is, there they are.
En nu dus op een 6e plaats bivakkeert. Sam en Rodrigo zijn de goalstand met Glenn Geertz en op den rijdt met de KWTN.
0.14 of a second outside the quickest time, so that's surely going to be the 2nd quickest. It is. So George von Steen stops the clock, 63.84, the 2nd quickest time at the 5th obstacle for the 4-in-hand. The current quickest time there was former leader of the competition, 63.7, was Johan Denk for Sweden, currently now in 2nd place. Dramatic pictures. Super sport. On his way at the DBI, Christoph Sandman. And like his teammate George von Steen, have been in the German team together, these two, for many years, and also in the World Cups, which is an individual competition, the indoor competition. We've watched them battle it out between them. Top drivers here that the DBI have managed to attract this weekend. Just brilliant for the world of driving. Currently 4th overnight, Christoph Sandman, dressage 47.02, 57.31 set by his teammate. He is going to take a second off that time, surely. He has. Well, 0.6 of a second to be absolutely accurate. Christoph Sandeman takes over half a second off his teammate's time at the first obstacle. He is now the quickest through there. That's the German. Christoph Sandeman goes through the first obstacle, the quickest of the day for the teams of four. Eduard Simone, overnight score 47.07 in 5th place for Belgium. He's got some ground to make up. He's now a few seconds off the leaders at the 3 or 4 seconds. He's in 4th place after the first obstacle. Back to obstacle 4. Glenn Geertz for Belgium. Just outside that 48.03. So Glenn Geertz for Belgium. That's the 4th best time there. He's in the top 5 or 6 at each of the obstacles. That was 4th best. So Glenn Geertz from Belgium chasing the leaders. Mark Wusthof, he's at the last obstacle, the overnight 9th. He's picked up a couple of penalties. We've got a new leader. Mark Wusthof goes into the lead. 173.56. A new leader for our hosts here in the Netherlands, in Valkenswaard. The Dutch go in front with 173.56 for Mark Wusthof. Now, that's a very interesting score because Mark picked up 2 penalties, both at the first obstacle and the second obstacle, but he still managed to go in front. That was a very quick drive. 120.88 around the marathon course. Teammate of Mark's, Dries de Griek. I'm sorry, Mark of course is Dutch. Dries de Griek is representing Belgium. We've got a few Belgian drivers. Of course, we've got Glenn Geertz, we've got Edward Simone on the course, and we've also got this man, Dries de Griek, at the 7th. He picked up 20 penalties at the previous obstacle, at obstacle 6. Dutch looking for a win in the 4-in-hand, the pairs that we had earlier. France in the won that, and that was Michael Sellier, and Germany in 2nd and 3rd, Lars Schmidt and Arndt Lorcher. So Germany 2nd and 3rd in the pairs. France took the number 1 spot. We've still got the cones to come tomorrow, but the Dutch want to win the 4-in-hand. Just 1 obstacle to go for the Belgian driver, Dries de Griek. George von Stein, obstacle 6. He had 4 best scores on the board. He's been toppled on 3 of them. He retains the quickest at the second obstacle. But Christoph Sandeman and Edward Simone have taken away his quickest times. Into the first obstacle. We're now down to the top 3. We're here at the Driving Valkenswaard International, the 4-in-hand competition. We're down to the top 3 from the overnight leaderboard after dressage. In 3rd place was Theo Timmerman. It is Theo Timmerman for the Netherlands, 44.95. Can he put a smile on the Dutch crowd around here this afternoon? Time to be 56.7, set by Christoph Salmon. That was an electric time set by the German. Won a gold for the Dutch team back in 2013 in Hungary, but he's been a member of many of the teams, and that was not, you saw there was a few, look at that in the VIP, that's the place to be. Where else in the world would you want to be? Well, they're just saying Thietemann did not have the flowing round he wanted in obstacle one. You could see there was a few moments where there was either that's Dries de Greek. I think he's just hit that obstacle. I can't just look out of my window, because in fact that's in front of me. As he managed to get himself out. The clock, of course, keeps ticking, so that's expensive. Right. Apart from the annoying addition of the seconds, all well for Dries de Greek at obstacle 8. This is Edward Simonet at obstacle 4. He was 5th overnight, so he's chasing the leader. Overnight leader, Boyd Excel, on 32.38 dressage.
Worden de topplaats in Valkenswaard bij Driving Valkenswaard International. En dan komt hij in het laatste weg.
This is a very, very quick time indeed, 48.03 seconds. Surely he's going to stop the clock quicker than that. No, 0.2 of a second, actually, near a 0.2 of a second for Edward Simonet. So, through obstacle 4, Edward Simonet stops the clock at the second quickest time we've seen today through the water obstacle. 48.38 for the Belgian.
Ja, het is wel van Deutschland, meine Damen und Herren, hier sicherlich auch in Valkenswaard in Vorbereitung auf die deutsche Meisterschaft in Riesenbeck in wenigen Wochen und natürlich auch in Vorbereitung auf die
George von Steen. Such a brilliant start, but the others after him are starting to snap at his face. He's picked up a couple of penalties at the 6th gate. He's now at the 7th. 72.72 to beat. That was set by Johan Denk, the earlier leader from Sweden. That was a brilliant turn to the bridge. But it's not quick enough to stop the clock quicker than 72.72. So George von Steen, that's the 75.41 as an expensive. The last two obstacles have been very expensive for the German team member.
The one on pole position is on for Germany after the dressage of 47.02 points.
Currently in first place, Mark Wusthof for the Netherlands, 175.56 in second. Fredrik Persson for Sweden, 175.91, and in third, Johan Denk for Sweden, 177.08. Down to the top two, Maria Kam for Germany at the first obstacle. Current quickest time of 56.7, as you can see on your screens, that caption, time to beat, set by German driver Christoph Salmon. He's only completed 3 of the 8 obstacles, so Christoph Salmon on the course at the moment. That was a little bit of a halt. You can't afford things like that. Seconds, it takes seconds. Length of the American course 7.9 kilometers. Well, that's the section B, that's the section that we're on. This is not the start that the overnight second place driver wanted. Disappointing first obstacle for Maniakham for Germany. Fellow German driver Christoph Sandmann at the water. As the crowds stand back off the fence as he rattles past, but not a good score, 68.02. That all looks very pleasant. Boyd and his team have done a super job setting up this amazing venue for the world of driving. Most of the drivers took part in a relay race of bicycles in the indoor arena in the evenings here. That was as competitive as this was, I can tell you. All riding fat bikes, the electric assisted fat bikes. Theo Timmerman, this isn't a fat bike, this is a team of 4 horses. They're harder to control. Theo Timmerman for the Netherlands. Overnight third, 44.95. He's not had a good start. He was 10th best and then 9th best. That was the first 2 obstacles, and that didn't look great there either. But this man had a better start, but it got slower as the competition's gone on. Von Steen for Germany. He had such a brilliant start, but it's gone array at the last 2 gates. This is his final gate, George Von Steen. He needs to have a good run through this gate to maintain the pressure that is built up over the top of the first 5. Permission to wear GoPros was given on the drivers' helmets. Other makes are available of cameras, of course. Well, that was another. So the first 5 obstacles for the German World Championship team member was very, very good indeed. And then the last 3 have been a little bit disappointing. So George Von Steen completes in the winning time, 168.09. He had such a good dressage score, but he didn't have a very good last 3 gates, but he was so good at the first 5. He goes into the lead. George Von Steen for Germany, 168.09. 168.09. Leader for Germany. Achter Mareker en achter Bart Exel op een 3e positie. Fourth place in obstacle number 8 and Georg von Stein and the marathon in the lead so far with 180.12 and in the lead so far in the combined competition after the Saturday marathon today with 168.09. Georg von Stein, meine Damen und Herren, liegt im Marathon im Moment in Führung, müssen wir sagen, im Augenblick mit 180,12 und auch in Führung in der Kombination nach Dressur und Marathon. Das alles natürlich erstmal vorläufig und zwischendurch. Und ja, wir sind gespannt, wie es weiterläuft. Gut gelaufen ist es für Clan Kids Belgien in den 5 und 6, very good time. Clan Kids Belgium in obstacle number 5 and 6 also. 50.05 seconds, the best mark in obstacle number 6 for Clan Kids Belgium. And Boyd Axel, ladies and gentlemen, at obstacle 1.
Theo Timon arriveert hier bij Hinnis nummer 4, de waterpartij. Met een uit Barcelona. Vele jaren goud met het Nederlandse team. En Theo Timon in een prachtig tempo galoppeert hier binnen. Groeps, Roman en Kees doen hier natuurlijk superwerk. Ondersteunen Theo hier in zijn
Now the overnight leader. And the man behind this event, Boyd XL, overnight leader with 32.38.
Goed kijken waar je aankomt. We hebben al gezien wat er kan gebeuren in die waterpartij. Hebben we een paar aanspanningen nu gezien. Het zou voor verrassingen komen staan. Dat allemaal niet vanzelf. Vakmanschap is hier nodig. Maar dit gaat lekker voor Theo Timman. Die zijn derde positie misschien nog verder kan uitbouwen. Want hij heeft fantastisch gereden in de dressuur. En u mag dames hier zo langzamerhand een beetje support geven.
Theo Timmerman at the fourth obstacle. The top three are on the course. The current leader is George von Stein for Germany. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on the course at the moment. Boyd XL, overnight leader, 32.38 seconds. 32.38 penalties. His dressage score, current leader. He's on the course. He's, of course, last to go with that privileged position of the overnight leader. Marika Ham, obstacle 3 for Germany. George von Stein, current leader for Germany. In second place at the moment, Mark Wusthof for the Netherlands. In third place, Fredrik Persson for Sweden. Oh, you could see that just happening, couldn't you, as they were coming down towards it. She didn't quite have the leaders far enough over, but it's very easy for me to say that sitting here. Glenn Gertz, two of the quickest times so far. They were at 5 and 6. At the final gate. Glenn Gertz for Belgium completes his campaign and he goes into the lead. We have a new leader, 165. 165. Glenn Gertz for Belgium goes into the lead. 5 teams still on the course. Belgium, the new leaders, 165 exactly. Christoph Salmon for Germany. Big names of the sport now left out on the course. Huge names of the sport, and this man from Germany is one of them, Christoph Sandman. Edward Simonet is still on the course. Theo Timmerman, Marika Ham and Boyd XL. At the 6th gate, here is Edward Simonet.
Time of 72.76 seconds. The last obstacle number 8, and so there is a total score of 160.86 seconds. And the marathon for Glenn Gertz, Belgium, now he is in the lead so far, and also in the lead in the combined competition. The young man from Belgium, 165.80.
A very quick drive for Edward Simonet, 75 seconds exactly, 2.3 seconds behind the slowest time, but a good drive. Boyd XL in the indoor arena.
Followed by obstacle number 2, Boyd.
Marika Ham voor startstand. Maar nu is het nummer 4, meine Damen en heren. Wij gaan de nummer 2 van het klassement naar de dressuur. Komt hier in een mooi tempo binnen, niet het hoogste tempo. Paarden blijven mooi te naven. Paarden met een prachtig grond erop. Zeer edel. Veel uitstraling. Roeps die achter op de paarden ook mee aanmoedigen.
Multi-world champion, multi-world cup winner. Down on the clock at the second obstacle, Boyd Excel, but a long way to go.
Wendbaar zijn ze, kijk dan de linker voorpaard, heel wendbaar zijn. En ja, loopt eigenlijk zeer goed, enkel opgebracht door de sfeer. En dan gaan we in de zaal weer uit in de mooie golflade. En mag u een applaus geven, Marika Ham voor Duitsland.
Marika Ham, overnight in second place in the dressage, not having the smoothest of runs in the marathon. Current leader Glenn Geertz for Belgium, but out on the course, big names. Edward Simonet also for Belgium, Christoph Sandeman, Germany, Theo Timmerman for the Netherlands, and Boyd Excel for Australia. They're all out there, as well as Marika Ham, who we've just seen.
Top score, a good time, obstacle number 6, 53.68 seconds. The first place is this obstacle so far, from Germany. Boyd Excel, obstacle number 2, 48.6.
I can just hear that Boyd has got 48.61 at obstacle 2. Well, we did see that on the screen. That was the 8th quickest here for Boyd Excel. That is Excel.
Tweede editie van het enorme evenement Driving Valkenswaard International. De fantastisch uitziet dit jaar, nog weer veel mooier dan vorig jaar. Ja, zijn eerste wereldtitel is te halen in Kentucky in 2010. Was wereldkampioen in Riesebeck 2012, wereldkampioen in Normandië in 2014 en wereldkampioen vorig jaar op een geweldige wijze in Breda. Waar alle 3 onderdelen door Bart werden gewonnen.
Hugh Scott Barrett on the back step for Boyd. Well, that was a very, very quick time. 0.6 of a second behind Edward Simonet's time. That was the second quickest for Excel. Great turn onto the bridge for Christoph Sandman. That's his penultimate obstacle. That's the 7. He's quick up, 70.85. That's the quickest time we've seen. That's for obstacle 7. Edward Simonet now, a new leader. Edward Simonet, a new leader, 161.44. Edward Simonet for Belgium goes into the lead. Just looking at the time, the marathon times on their own, because you do have to take into consideration the dressage scores. The marathon times 114.37 was the score for Edward Simonet on the marathon. A very good time indeed. So 161.44, new leader for Edward Simonet for Belgium. 4 drivers out on the course and thousands of spectators. Christoph Sandman just scored a brilliant time at the 7th gate of 70.85. Marika Ham just completed the 5th obstacle. Now we're at the sharp end of the competition. We've got a new leader. We've got the Belgium in front, Edward Simonet. But he knows that Christoph Sandman has just got one more obstacle to complete. And that's a super shot.
All the way from down under from Australia.
XL, the man on whose ground we're sitting, now coming into obstacle 4. Yeah, a bit of cheering from the VIP here, I expect. Look at the crowds here. We're at the 3-star Driving Valkenswaard International, and the multi-winning world champion, dominator of the sport over the last several years, Boyd XL, into obstacle 4. Hugh Scott Barrett, backstepper, one of the sponsors of this competition, with his wife Karen getting wet. 42, 43, 48.03 debate. Can he cross the line under 48.3 seconds? No, he can't, but it was very close indeed. 0.4 of a second. So Boyd XL has the third quickest time at the 4th obstacle. Christoph Sandman. He is now at the 8th. He's crossing the line. Will he be the new leader? Christoph Sandman for Germany. No, he's not. He's into 3rd place, 165.86. Christoph Sandman for Germany couldn't get the number 1 spot. 165.86 into 3rd place. Current leader, Edward Simonet for Belgium, 161.44. 3 teams out on the marathon section B track still to go.
On 61.53 seconds, the second place is obstacle number 8 for Christoph Sandman, Germany. And he is now on the 3rd place in the marathon so far, and on the 3rd in the
Theo Timmerman for the Netherlands. On 7. Nice. Look at the control. Look at that control. Well, we've seen brilliant control all day, haven't we? Theo Timmerman stops the clock, 2 seconds outside the quickest time. That's in 4th place. He's just got 8 to go. Can he beat that time of that score of 161.44? Marika Harm down to the 6th obstacle, the penultimate obstacle.
Three teams still on the track, ladies and gentlemen. Theo Timmerman, Marika Harm, Boyd
50.05.
Obstacle number 5 now. Boyd was coming as this obstacle.
Just 3 teams out on the track. What a fabulous day it's been. They've got the cones tomorrow. The last 2 days have been 2 days of dressage.
Come on.
That's XL at the hill obstacle. Overnight leader from the dressage, 32.38. That's the bottom of your screens. About 10 points clearer than his nearest rival. But he's not had the fastest of any of the first 4 obstacles yet in the marathon. And that will eat away at his lead, albeit a big one. XL. White knuckle driving from Boyd XL as he completes the 5th obstacle. That's the replay. Going from C to D, now back round looking for D. Yeah, Timmerman is just coming into, there he is, into the 8th obstacle. Are we going to have a new leader? Will we have the Dutch take the lead away from Belgium? Well, he hit the upright there. I couldn't see if there was a ball on, but we'll soon find out. Oh, well, that time he didn't get away with it. It was close the first time. This is a big disappointment for Veertimmerman. He's had a good run up until now. He resolved that situation very, very quickly indeed. And of course, that's all part of the skill of these drivers, is when there's a problem, it's getting through them quickly. But the time is not good for the Dutchman. We'll have to wait and see if he's done enough. No, he's into 5th place. Veertimmerman goes into 5th. 171.2. Veertimmerman for Holland. Current leader for Belgium, Edward Simonet. And 2 drivers still on the course. Marika Hahn for Germany and Boyd Excel for Australia. Marika Hahn on the screens.
Arijkaam now at obstacle number 7 for Germany.
Through E. In fact, that wasn't E. It's been a long day. That's E. Back to the bridge. Sharp right. Oh, motorbike turn. The car jumps onto the bridge. 83.97 stops the clock. Marika Hahn. Just the 8th and final obstacle to go in the marathon. Current leader Edward Simonet for Belgium. Boyd Excel on his way to gate 6. A very interesting gate. These are very difficult to see from this angle, but they're parallel, but offset parallels. And the way these teams have been driving through here is absolutely extraordinary. Ooh, he's close to the upright, but that's okay. Didn't hit it. It's all about millimeters, speed, accuracy, communication. He's out. Excel's out. And he's got a quick time. That was 49.33, the fastest time of the day for the 4-in-hand through gate 6. Boyd Excel scores a fastest of the day as the crowds now start to move across to the final gate, the 7th and 8th gates. Boyd Excel has 2 to go. Marika Hahn has 1 to go. Current leader, Edward Simonet for Belgium. 161.44. Marika Harm in the background, just on one of the rest stretches in between the 8 obstacles. A little bit of a, you still have to keep moving, and it's still timed, but you have to, it gives you an opportunity just to get your breath back, get the horses settled before you go in the next obstacle challenge. And for the German driver Marika Harm, it's the 8th one, and she's arrived. Here she goes. Time to beat 60.88. Rattles over the... Oh, could slip on the landing side. This is a good run from the German. It's not the quickest, but it was quite smooth. 70.0, 10 seconds off the pace, and that puts her into 9th place. Marika Harm completes the marathon here at the Driving Valkenswaard International in 8th place. One driver to go, and that's Boyd XL for Australia, the multi-championed, multi-medalled driver on whose property we currently sit. What a brilliant super place that this man has built for the sport. Boyd XL is got to beat the current leader, Edward Simonet. He is in front for Belgium on 161.44. In 2nd place at the moment, Glenn Geertz for Belgium.
Time to beat there in 7.85 seconds.
165. Glenn Geertz time, the total score I should say, total penalties. Boyd XL on 2 obstacles to go at the 7th. Look at the crowds have all started to come round to watch this match. And Boyd, like any driver knows, doesn't matter how many medals you win, anything can go wrong when you're controlling 4 horses through trying to thread 4 horses through a needle. That's what it's like. Brilliant dressage score, 32.38. Gave him just under a 10-point lead into this discipline 2 of the 3 disciplines. The marathon, cones come next, and that's a whole new day. That's tomorrow. XL. He's going to break the time. 70 point. He has 67.56. Well, the man has set the last 2 obstacles. XL has got the quickest time. Now the 1 obstacle to go. Current leader Edward Simonet for Belgium. Belgium in 1st and 2nd at the moment. Australia, the man you're watching as a replay at the penultimate obstacle, he just has the last obstacle to go. He came into today with just between 9 and 10 points advantage, but he still has a complicated couple of minutes to go in obstacle 8. Well, the crowds are all drifting because we're actually positioned close to the final arena, and all the crowds, as you can see, are shifting towards the last obstacle, and they'll come to see that team on your screens at the moment. Boyd XL with Alonso, Rambo and Danis plus Spitfire. That's his team of 4. 1 obstacle to go for the marathon, to end the marathon day here at the CAI 3-star Driving Valkenswaard International. Just the 2nd year. Boyd's only lived here for under 3 years, and everything you see has been built in that time. And bearing in mind, the man himself, he spends most of his time travelling the world competing. Boyd XL at the final obstacle. Obstacle 8 of the DVI Marathon Day. And he rushes in. The crowds are all pouring around here. It's very exciting indeed. Edward Simonet for Belgium, current leader. Belgium in 1st and 2nd. Look at the maestro. World Cups. That's the indoor championships. He's won on several occasions. The World Championships, he's also won on 4 occasions. That's the outdoors. That's this sport. 60.88 is the time to beat. He's rushing to the gate. He's going to beat the time. And he's got the last 3 gates. Boyd XL gets the best time. He stops the clock at 1:42.04. That's the penalties, 1:42.04. Boyd XL wins the marathon here at the CAI 3-star Driving Valkenswaard International. Boyd XL, overlight leader from the dressage, maintains that position in 2nd place. Edward Simonet for Belgium, and in 3rd place Glenn Geertz for Belgium. But what a tremendous drive from the Australian, who has done so much for the sport. He's obviously, we've got the cones to go tomorrow, but he goes into the overnight lead with 17 points ahead of Edward Simonet. So a clear leader, but I think the achievement of Boyd XL is perhaps not what you've just seen, but actually producing this incredible venue in Valkenswaard. We're about 30 minutes drive away from Eindhoven, a few kilometers away from the Belgian border, and this will surely become one of the centers of the equestrian. Well, it's goodbye from me, Phil Gazala from Valkenswaard.
Wear your dressage outfit. The dress code wears dressage outfit. Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, dear the driving sport fans here in Valkenswaard, you have the chance to win. Please visit our Belgian trade stands and get the chance to win the weekend in the Limburg area with your horses. Ask for the competition at the following trade stands: carriage driving instruction, Valestra, Wim de Porta, or equestrian sports, Cavallino, for all harness brands. There's cleaning or the acoustic carriage restoration and saddle and harness room decorations. That, ladies and gentlemen, dear driving sport fans, was a very, very great marathon Saturday today here in Valkenswaard, Driving Valkenswaard International in 2017. Tonight we see you at 20:30 for the big prize giving ceremony, and after that for a very great party tonight here in Valkenswaard. And tomorrow on Sunday, the great final day, the cones and the combined competition will decided everything, and we will start there at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning on Sunday. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. It was a great day with you here. You were very great fans and great competitors, great teams. Thank you very much, and see you.